Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Del mar los vieron llegar, mis hermanos emplumados serán los hombres barbados de la profecía esperada. Se oyó la voz del monarca de que el Dios había llegado y les abrimos la puerta. Por temor a lo ignorado, iban montados en bestias, como demonios del mal, iban con fuego en las manos y cubiertos de metal. Solo el valor de unos cuantos les opuso resistencia, y al mirar correr la sangre se llenaron de vergüenza, porque los dioses ni comen ni gozan con lo robado. Y cuando nos dimos cuenta, ya todo estaba acabado, y en ese error entregamos la grandeza del pasado, y en ese error nos quedamos 300 años esclavos. Se nos quedó el maleficio de brindar al extranjero nuestra fe, nuestra cultura, nuestro pan, nuestro dinero, y le seguimos cambiando oro por cuentas de vidrio, y damos nuestras riquezas por sus espejos con brillo. Siglo XX nos siguen llegando rubios y les abrimos la casa y los llamamos amigos, pero si llega cansado un indio modo de andar la sierra, lo humillamos y lo vemos como extraño por su tierra. Hipócrita que te muestras humilde ante el extranjero, pero te vuelves soberbio con tus hermanos del pueblo. Oh, maldición de Malinche, enfermedad del presente, ¿cuándo dejarás mi tierra? ¿Cuándo harás libre a mi gente?
Oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronado con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Si quieres mi
autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Hello. What up? Good to have you guys here. My bad, I did run a little late. What up, Joe? Estudiante for wisdom. All right. So good to have you guys here. Obviously, it's getting to the point. Debunk, quote unquote, copper color Negros. Why is this a mission? Why is this an issue? It is a mission, or it is my mission, and it definitely is an issue, whether you like it or not. Get what I'm saying? So, give me a second here real quick. Yeah, it's working. It'll be working. Okay. All right, man. So what I want to do today is I want us to finally consider everything we know now. Me personally, I can say that I'm not blind anymore. No, am I being misled? Not at all. I think we can clearly see the bigger picture now. We no longer can fall to that stupid 1492 history that they taught us. Okay? That shit needs to be thrown out the door. They obviously write history to remind themselves of what they've achieved. Ego works that way. Egotistical nations will conduct themselves in that I guess you could say with that perception, right? That's their paradigm. That's the way they think. That's the way they want to conduct themselves. Superior than you, so to speak. Now, we know what's going on abroad, down south, and within these territories of ours, right? And we know that there are some people out there in, another continent claiming to be people that they're not. Okay? So let's look at some example, just one example of what this is. And I thought this would be important because it's not just one particular type of nation trying to steal the heritage of others. Now, with that all said, we do know that there's Freemasonry involved in this bullshit, in this war, right? These people that we have to battle spiritually for now, I will tell you. But it will be to the point one day where it may just get physical. So with all that being said, let's consider everything that we know now. If some people claim that they are those people, then they need to prove it, right? Obviously, with their region, they can't do DNA shit. That doesn't stop us. But even then, people don't believe it unless it's regarding a baby mama or some shit like that, or murder, trying to prove you're not that person. That's when it only matters. So, with all of the shit I'm saying, I am going to give you now some questions that have to be really brought to the table. If shit was that bad for you, where you lost your entire heritage here in the Americas, how the hell does this book that I found and what it's telling us and the year, how is it that if you were able to join these organizations, how could at the same time you lose your heritage? Because we know that in the 1700s, our gente was not allowed to read or write or learn anything about who we were. Those are facts, and I'm going to show you. So now let's start with this real quick, because this is current, and then we move on.
Él es un cambalache que viene por allá de Polonia. Para los que les gusta hablar de religiones y dicen que esto es un conflicto religioso. No, esto no es un conflicto religioso. El conflicto que hay desde la fundación del Estado de Israel es un conflicto geopolítico, porque ese Estado lo crearon para conquistar todo el Medio Oriente y Asia Central y quitarle las riquezas y colonizar esos pueblos. Netanyahu.
Just like how they're doing it by claiming those people are the so-called Israeli or Israelites or Hebrews of that land, they go and take land away from people and then claim that those people are now invading. Steal the heritage, now you're the invader. Well, we've seen that before. We've actually seen that. Let me take you to this book here. Because again, we're going to use everything we know, right? So these pseudos, these wobbles, right? They love this dude right here. Ivan Sertima, Von Wooten. What about their work? Okay. So this is pseudo shit, but even within lies, there is some truth. So let's listen to this. The Golden Age. Now remember, keep in mind that this is being said at the moment from who. The Golden Age of the Moors by Ivan Sertima. Ivan van Sertima. So that's his name. Okay. Now, in page 331 of this pseudo guy that all these wobbles love to fucking wipe the butt off. I mean, it's my fanatical shit. You know what I'm saying? But again, it's propaganda, media, confusion, chaos, because they still want to make sure that they conquered and keep power in these continents. They're going to use it with firepower and mental shit too. So they have wobbles, pushing hard, FBAs, you know what I'm saying? Like that Tariq dude. Matter of fact, I had found a TikTok video of him yesterday where he's supposedly trying to tell these people to stop claiming to be natives. And then halfway through the video, he ends up kind of agreeing that, yeah, there were some. So it's like he said and he did and he didn't. And all of a sudden now his link is gone. I had the link and it's something else. So that should tell you. These people are the ones that are asking, like, supposedly making video, making dough, off of you guys and not telling you the truth. So again, once more, Wabo-ism. Hey, what up, Warakuya? What the hell is it, brother? So once more, we're going to go to what Wobbles love to mention, The Golden Age of the Moors by Ivan Sertima. Well, aside from a lot of shit that Ivan Sertima said, this is one thing that he said, and he referenced this man called Leo Africanus, which I've showed you guys books of him. And this is a book, A Geographical History of Africa, in the 1600s, way before a lot of you idiots, way before a lot of these books that you guys use with, some drawings and shit, but ignore pictures that are a lot older than those drawings. That's fine. Well, you're infamous Ivan Sertima, okay? This is what he said. And he references Edward Scobie. So Edward Scobie says on page 331, again, we're going to use everything that we understand now, because apparently these people, based on what they tell us, is that, they ruled Europe. Supposedly only Africans have, even though Arabs were like a good major part of that plan, but then let's consider. The point I'm going to try to make to y'all today is if this is true, right? And then supposedly some people here claim that they're the natives and somehow, some way we stole their diet, their clothing, their folklore, their medicinal shit, their language. You know what I'm saying? So if that's the case, from 1492 through 15, 16, 17, 1800, remember, we got to dissect these years. So then that would mean, because if you want to get rid of somebody's heritage, it takes about 200 years to do that, right? So you would be powerless, to be pointless at this point, at this moment in 2025. So that would mean that from 1492 and on, you had no help, no assistance, nothing whatsoever, no angle. You were always submissive to get destroyed, right? Well, we're going to find out if that is true. We're going to find out if that is true, because you can't have one and then have the other. It don't work that way. You know what I'm saying? You can't. You got to choose now. So let's first read what Wabos tell you but don't tell you. They know it but don't know it. I don't understand that. Let's read it. Edward Scobie. For all the Negroes and black Moors are descendants of Cush. This is Ivan Sertima. The Moors in Portugal's global expansion. This is what he's trying to prove, that the people that went up to Africa, right, were fucking Africans. Not fucking Africans, like African or motherfucking Africans. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess to better say it. Or just, they were Africans. Predominantly North Africans, which is why he mentions Kush. Remember, Kush is technically Ethiopia. Mizraim is technically Egypt. Put is North Africa, I believe. And then you have Canaan, which is West Africa, all the northern part of the continent of Africa. But here it says, for all the Negroes or Blackamoors are descendants of Cush, the son of Ham. First of all, let's remind ourselves here that this is Ivan Sertima. This is a big, wobble, you know what I'm saying, motivated book, and they reference this guy when they talk about Van Woeten, because he spoke a lot about Van Woeten. But then he, at the same time, because they're trying to prove that they ruled Europe, that y'all are Africans from the son of Ham, who was the son of Noah. But whatever difference there is between the Negroes and the tiny Moors is that it is a fact that they are all of the same ancestry. Again, this is not me saying it. This is Ivan Sertima. This is not a white man saying it. This is a so-called African Caribbean man saying it, I believe. So what are you going to say? I mean, you reference this book and then you don't want to read it. So let's continue. That ancestry to which Leo Africanus was referring is African. So which means Leo Africanus was an African person. European scholars in the past 500 years have been deliberately dishonest in rare writings about Africa. There are innumerable instances, much too numerous to catalog in this work. Of this dishonesty, however, we cannot ignore the fact that certain Western scholars have claimed that the Moors belong to every other race except Africans. You can't, technically, because you pass through North Africa. So just like any other common sense individual, What did you do? What did they do? Just destroy every African in North Africa? No, of course not, man. So what, it's just common sense. Again, me personally, at least, I don't have a problem reading the history for what it is, and I don't have a problem with people had power when they had power. There's absolutely you should not have an issue with that, because that's the way that timeline went by. You win some, you lose some. You guys had it, now you don't. No, never will you. This is somebody else's downfall now. Now we're seeing particular people, you know what I'm saying, with pale skin and shit. And we know we're talking about foreigners that are not of this land continent here, right? And I'm not saying indigenous. I'm talking about Mexica bloodline, or so-called Taino, or so-called Arawak. Okay? That's all we can go by. But this is not indigenous shit no more. Like, we're not indigenous. We're not a plant. We're not like a fucking animal. We're Mexica. You understand that? North, south. And then within the Mexica continent, you have sub-tribes. I was never wrong about that. I was never wrong about that. That's why I kept saying, hey, man, when I'm saying, Mexica, I mean all you guys. There was something within me telling me to say that. And you know what? We're gonna confirm as we keep moving forward. It says here, let's see, okay, let's go. This study does not intend to prolong the discussion about who the Moors were, or who they were not. You see, the scholars who are not blinded by the fog of racism are of one voice that most Moors were Africanoid in origin, even many of them Mauritanian Arabs who crossed the desert sand, Arabia, and swept down with the Islamic fervor on northern regions of Africa, then crossing Sahara and moving forward. Massive miscegenation did alter the pictures, producing people who were all shades from jet black to very white. Dr. Chancellor Williams. You see what I'm saying? So now check this. This is important. Again, because we can go by books written in 1985, but this is a man from 1600, Leo Africanus. You guys can't ignore that. And then not only that, your favorite author, Ivan Sertima, is the one that's pinning you down to who you guys are, Africans. You guys want to use Van Wouten's bullshit story, but that's not facts. I could grab a bunch of statues and shit, you know what I mean, and make it seem like, yo, man, that looks like us, bro. Like, even though and yet ignore the rest of these other statues. You cannot do that. You cannot see statues and then ignore those. Well, you look, this is what it looks like here. So, we must look like that. What about the other ones? Oh, because the other ones don't really show much power. So this is not about sincere finding of who you are. This is all about low self-esteem, no power whatsoever. Trying to be somebody you're not, man. That's powerless. Now, again, who were the Moors? The answer is very easy. The original Moors, like the original Egyptians, were black Africans. As amalgamation became more and more widespread, only the Berber Arabs or colored in the Moroccan territories were called Moors, while the darkest and black-skinned Africans were called Blackamoors. Eventually, black was dropped from Blackamoor in North Africa, and in Morocco in particular, all Muslim Arabs, mixed breeds, and Berbers are readily regarded as Moors. The African blacks, having had even the name taken from them, must contend with the recognition of the Moors. This is from Dr. J.C. Drinkraft Johnson in his African Glory, the story of vanished Negro civilization. Now, it says it a bit different when you read Leo Africanus, and I think I'm going to get to that point. So now, what are we looking at here? The golden age, right? Okay. I think that's a good point. So let me show you something real quick. This is from Black Society in Spanish Florida by Jane Landers, confirming some things. Presidents for Afro-Caribbean Society. Now, why am I going here? Because, again, you cannot claim to be somebody that you're not when history says you were brought here or you came here, but you are not of here.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Africans in Spain. The patterns of African society in Spanish America, including enslavement, manumission, miscegenation, congregation, limited political autonomy, and religious incorporation, all had their institutional and customary origins in medieval Castile, but underwent modification in the Caribbean. So keep this in mind, family. Next fucking time somebody tries to tell you that you're the Spaniards, man, tell them, fuck off. You motherfuckers were the Spaniards. The Spaniards were white people. The Spaniards were Negro people. We were not no fucking Spaniards. And this whole bullshit that supposedly the Spaniards came and mixed with our women and all of a sudden then we came about. Okay, well, I mean, somebody has to keep making those fucking women, you dumb fucks. So obviously we were still alive, you piece of shit. What do you guys think? We just fucking decimated completely? No, that's not the way it went. History says there were still several of us here. And what do you think? Like, I don't understand this shit, man. I don't even want to get to that point, but let's continue. Africans entered Spain with the Muslims. You see this? So here we see a book confirming what Ivan Sertima was saying. See, so that's what when you say Europe and Africa were supposedly not known to each other and shit, and then all of a sudden you want to bring the Bible and say, oh, the white man enslaved us because we didn't know them. Then you dissect the Bible and you're like, wait a minute, you guys knew them. You knew their religion. You knew everything about them. You knew their language. You spoke their language. You slept with their people. You guys, you miscegenations all day, every day, like today. You had a lot of those quarterbacks from Kansas City and shit walking around Spain trying to claim supposedly now that we're the fucking... Bro, seriously, right here we see Waboism to the fullest. Who are the real fucking Spaniards? Africans entered Spain with the Muslims between 711 and 1492 and began to be a noticeable presence in the population of southern Spain from at least the 13th century onward. Wait. See, family, so let's take everything we're looking at right now from, who we are and also of what you understand of this channel. If these people were the so-called Israelites, there's no way that they could fit the curses of Deuteronomy because these people know each other. The so-called African American that claims to be a Hebrew cannot even go by this fucking nonsense because all those BHI camps and Negro-only camps are full of shit. You guys knew each other. You dealt with each other. You knew their language. You knew their religions. They knew yours. You enslaved them. They enslaved you. What? The scriptures say that you would get done to you, like all these things would be done to you from a nation that you nor your fathers have known. It's very noticeable that you guys have known each other. That's one point. During this time, Christian kings such as Ferdinand, king of the three religions, and his in 1217 to 1252, and his son Alfonso X, I guess, learned of Castile, ruled over multicultural and polyglot kingdoms composed of Christians, Muslims, and Jewish subjects. So you can't go by saying that there was Negro or African Christians, Negro or African Muslims, Negro or African Jewish people. You understand that? Now, that's why when I brought you guys that book out called A Voyage to Italy, there's Christians trying to figure out who these people are. This book is from 1739, but it's printed then. But it's a history, a research that he did several years back, and he goes and says, yes, Portuguese people were predominantly black, dark skin. To him, whatever that was, doesn't mean they were Afro-American or African looking. It could be really dark skinned people that might look like, let's say, people from India, so to speak. So we don't know, but we know is that he saw them as dark-skinned people, but not everybody, he said. So this whole miscegenation has been going on for some time. For quite some time. Okay? This is page 9 of the same book. So now I want to point something out to you. Africans also developed their own religious and social institutions in Spain. The Catholic Church worked to promote conversions in rapidly expanding black barrios in southern Spain. And once Africans accepted the true faith, they enjoyed both the sacraments and advocacy of the church. Now it makes sense why we had Padres Negros with the book called Mayan Conquistadors. The African incorporation into the Catholic faith was further advanced when in the 14th century, this is like in 1390, 1340, 1350, right? Such church officials approved the earliest documented religious confraternity or confradia for Africans living in San Bernardo parish of Seville. This legally constituted and recognized corporations administered the hospitals of Our Lady of the Angels and provided medical care for its members. As Seville's black population grew more numerous, the church established a second black parish of San Roque. San Roque also had its own confraternity, meaning lodge, meaning Freemasonry. Because you could be a Freemason or a Mason and still be a Christian or a Jew-ish person or a Muslim person. This is why the book that I showed you guys, Jews and Muslims in British Columbia, now it's starting to make sense. So when people get kicked out, these people weren't necessarily all white-looking family. These were dark-skinned people. Whatever other stuff came along with them, that, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't what we thought. Pinches güeros gringos bullshit. No, wasn't just them. It says a gathering of the confraternity members, which featured African singing and dancing, became known in Spain as cabildos. And this terminology also crossed the Americas, where it supplanted cofradias. Never heard of that, to be honest with you. Maybe you guys have somewhere else. Listen to this. Spain's African brotherhoods provided fraternal identity for their members and critical social services for their communities in Seville. You see what's going on here? This is in 1455, family. If we go a little further, now keep in mind, we're talking about brotherhood, fraternity. That sounds like Freemasonry, and we're going to prove it. In 1492, 40 Africans in Valencia established the Cofradia de Santiago, de Santiago Apóstol de los Negros Libertos, specifying that they would annually elect 4 magistrates and a syndic to govern and represent their membership. So remember, keep in mind who came in 1492. These guys were so-called Christians. These so-called African people were Christians celebrating Christmas in December. They weren't just slaves when these people came over here, fam. So that's why when you listen to Wobbles talking dumb shit about their stupid copper color, dumb fucking color, like, dude, that's stupid. Well, you are copper color, but that means that you're from Africa. That is all and that is it. If you want to go further than that, then you're the son of Ham. That is all and that is it. Just as all slaves in Spain were not Africans, not all Africans were slaves. Some Africans entered Spain in as free persons on trade or diplomatic missions. Many others arrived as slaves via the trans-Saharan trade or later via the transatlantic trade, but became free. Whoa. You know that part about smallpox? Why certain people brought it and some other people were kind of not dying from it because they were kind of used to it? That should tell you enough that BHIs are full of shit. You guys knew each other. You guys work with each other. You guys are still working with each other. Maybe some of you, a lot of you guys don't know it though. And most of you guys are them. By the 15th and 16th century, free and enslaved Africans formed sizable populations in southern cities such as Seville. By the 15th and 16th century, where they worked as stevedores or in the city public granary, slaughterhouses, gardens, and some soap factories. One scholar compared an early modern Seville to the chessboard. See, one scholar compared early modern Seville to a chessboard with equal numbers of black and white pieces. In the multiracial and multi-ethnic city, miscegenation and common law unions between Spaniards and Africans were common, and the lower class entered into the mixed-race marriage. Many enslaved Africans lived independently from their own owners and much as Morisco, subject Muslims, Converso, converted Jews, and Gypsy did, they and the free Africans of Seville congregated together in ethnic enclaves such as San Bernardo, San Roque, and San Ildefonso. It's time that you guys start waking the fuck up. These are not your gente. And there's nothing offensive about that, because the reality is, if it was like the old story about gringos doing all this, you guys would be okay with that. Now, all of a sudden, when history tells you, it's not just, gringos and shit, it's Africanos too, especially the ones that are claiming to be our people, or claiming to be us, not even our people, claiming that we're not even like from here. Just as all slaves in Spain were not African, not all Africans were slaves. 15th, 16th century. Free slaves and enslaved Africans formed a sizable population in the southern cities in Seville, where they worked as, keep in mind, this was in the 15th, 16th century. So if you guys, people from here, were so-called the real natives, like, the Mexicas, the Taínos, the Mayas, all of that stuff, right? So how come they don't have that record? How come they're not like, oh, you guys are right? You say all of a sudden now, are you saying that Ivan Sertim is lying now? Here we see a picture of an African man or black man getting baptized. Look, the career of one West African is illustrative of the African experience in the era of exploration. Juan Garrido arrived in Seville via Lisbon around 1496 and some time later signed on the voyage for Hispaniola. In the New World, Garrido encountered other free blacks such as Juan González, Ponce de León. Do you understand what this means, family? How long have our people known of Ponce de León? Ponce de León, based on what we're reading here, was an African man. Ponce de León brought dogs with him and fed our people to those dogs. Ponce de León and his group raped, robbed, pillaged, and I mean double raped our women. It was okay when he was a gringo, huh? And all of a sudden, now that he's not a gringo, you guys are getting offended? Where's the uproar? Where is the uproar? This is history. This shit is real. An interpreter of Taino language whose surname was adopted from a Spanish patron on the island. 2 African adventurers no doubt took part in the pacification campaigns against the native population who were in revolt. They may also have faced other Africans in these battles. Of Governor Nicolás de Ovando complained in 1503 that some of the island's first African slaves had already run away. That's why when you see people coming in later on in the years, you're like, oh, wait, I see some people here that look like this. Well, of course. You know what I'm saying? Of course. What do you expect? I mean, shit, if they bring me from some other place and I have to be enslaved by these bastards and I don't want to, I'm going to fucking run away, bro. I don't blame these people for doing what they did, run away. But that doesn't make you a fucking native of this land. The fact is that you want to run away from the part of pacification. You don't want to know yourself to being a slaver because it don't fit the narrative of your so-called reparation bullshit, FBA. BHI, you don't want to hear this part because then you don't fit the Deuteronomy 28 that you guys so fucking always love to ride like a dildo and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why. And Wobbles don't want to embrace this stuff because guess what? I mean, they don't really read, to be honest with you. They're just listening to Colomiados and some dumbass people like Drop, whatever the hell that his name is. They have completely raped the minds of a lot of their own gente, man. I don't feel bad though, because that's your fault. A lot of you adults, grown-ass people and shit, believe in this dumb shit. Why don't you read? You'll find out if it's real. They may also have faced other Africans in the air. We read that. Ran away thereafter to be known as cimarrones. You see, maroons. So these are African people that ran away when they came and spread in our lands, which is why people came later and saw them running around. That's pretty common sense. And that they found refuge among the Indian rebels. The alliance of rebellious Indians and fugitive slaves haunted the Spaniards, who were still in a tiny minority in Hispaniola and only tenaciously held power. Ovando charged that the Maroons were teaching the Indians bad customs, a theme that would be reiterated many times in other areas of Hispanic conquest. And he recommended that no more black slaves be sent from Spain. Why? Because some of these slaves here from Africa didn't want to be enslaved. And I don't fucking blame them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't blame them. Just common sense. Why would you do that? You take me from my land all of a sudden, and now I'm going to be here? Nowhere to go? Some of these people have families. Probably wives, kids, and all that shit. Fuck that. I don't disagree with this. Now, how come you guys always want to use all these other funky ass pictures? Yeah, this is one of them from that long ago. Look at this. What are you going to get out of this, Wobble? Well, all of a sudden now this ain't real? Oh, this is fake. The shit that you put up is real, but this is fucking fake. So who is that? Because you guys even made it clear to us that you were dealing with the Spaniards way before the Spaniards came here. So you see, this is what I'm saying, family. Today we're going to look at everything that we understand now. 1492, 711 AD, the conquering of Spain. You know, white folks pushing dark-skinned people out of there. That's what happens. White people don't kick themselves out. So now you understand what this was going. Despite these fears, however, Spaniards came to regard African slaves as indispensable to successful colonization of the Americas. See this? So this is what FBA doesn't want to embrace. You guys want to get away from the fact that you were fucking slaving. That you weren't enslaved for the most part. You were slaving people, killing people, raping people, giving people smallpox disease, feeding our gente to dogs. It wasn't just gringos. It wasn't just white folks doing that shit. Now we know that. It was also dark-skinned people. If that's offensive to you, I'm glad I hurt your feelings, because it's time that you learn facts. Because a lot of you guys are so quick to jump on the gringo and say you did this and you were dirty and all this and that. Well, guess what? They weren't the only dirty ones. It seems like African people, African Americans, were also dirty as well. Warfare, disease, and overwork quickly decimated Indian population in Hispaniola. And because Spaniards had already benefited from the labor of Africans at home and on their Atlantic island plantations, they thought of them as a logical replacement for the dying Indians. Herbert Klein and others argue that the Atlantic population economies fundamentally altered Spanish slavery, stripping the slave of many medieval peninsular protections. As early as 1505, the crown sent Guinea-born slave purchased in Lisbon to work in Hispaniola copper mines. And 5 years later, King Ferdinand authorized the shipment of several hundred Christians and Spanish-speaking African slaves, or Ladinos. That's why we're no Latinos. We're not Hispanic. We're not indigenous. Indigenous is a fucking plant. Indigenous, it's like you're like an animal. Like you're like a fucking organism. What are we? Are we like animals and plants? Nah, bro. We are Mexica. And within the Mexicas, there were several tribes. Like the Mexica continent. And it says here, Spanish-speaking slaves, African slaves, or Ladinos from Seville for sale to the island's settlers. Still, the colonists demanded more slaves, and in 1513, the crown established the hacienda system. So here we see that African people were the actual conquistadors. Next time a black dude or a black woman or a white man or a white woman tell you some shit about your conquistador, you better tell them that they're the first ones that were conquistadors. So this whole FBA bullshit, you know what I'm saying? Like you calling us like, you know, all these weird fucking names, and like, here we go right here. Apparently you don't read. Apparently you don't read. Let me show you this real quick. I need to have you guys understand that when it comes to history, you really have to know what you're talking about. So this is a book, and I'm going to scan through this because I have other stuff to show you. But I believe with us glancing and reading some things with the videos, it'll make sense. So this is Fraternally Yours, William Grimshaw. And what is this book about? Oh, my bad. Official history of Freemasonry among the colored people in North America. Tracing the growth of Masonry from 1717 down to the present day. Official history of Freemasonry among the colored people of North America. This is a book printed in 1903 to the grand architect of the universe and in memory of long line illustrious brethren in the land Grand Lodge above, and to the cause of the truth and right. This volume is fraternally and effectively dedicated by the author. So fraternally, remember? We read that in the other book, how they made fraternities up in Europe as well. This book is going into that history. Apparently, the first lodge of the official history of the Freemasonry among colored people in North America. The first lodge, let me read this. We, the undersigned, have been connected with Freemasonry for many years, served in every elected position known to the craft, established lodges, chapters, councils, and encampments of various other Freemasons in America among the colored men, under and by the authority of the Grand Lodge of England, 1717. So FBA, 2020, 25 right now. 1865, because you bring that shit up, right? Are you saying that prior to 1865, you guys knew you were like people from this land? So by you saying that you all lost your identity, how the fuck do you have Grand Lodges in the 1717? 18, 19, 20, was it 300 years ago? What do you mean? You cannot say that you were displaced, you were disrupted, they took your heritage, all of a sudden now these people colonize you now. When did it happen? In 1700? But you have colored folks claiming to be Freemasons. That means people of power. That's not a fucking joke here. So how can you lose your heritage claiming you're not native, and then these people here, these so-called Negroes, they know who the fuck they are? What are we doing here? Inquiring minds want to know, man. So I did like a search on that book, right? Let me see, hold on. I did a search on that book. Here it goes right here. So in this book, you see here, return of Negroes in Washington immediately. Now I enclose you Negro petition, the petition of a great number of Negroes who are detained. Law of the state in which slavery was allowed, Negroes, any Negroes and any property. So when you look at this book, right, when you dissect the entire book, you guys didn't have it bad, man. Was there issues? Fuck yeah, they were. I mean, you can tell now, look at us. But you guys were Masons. I was looking that name up, by the way. Here he's going through masonry in New England. So he's just talking about the history of masonry and how these guys are involved. This is basically Prince Hall. Here he's going through steps, laws that they should keep, official history of Freemasonry among the colored people in North America. You see what I'm saying? How can you say that you lost your indigenous understanding, history, diet, language, while at the same time, people that look just like you here in the Americas organizing, orchestrating, and developing Masonic lodges from 1717. Official history that indicates where colored Masons are received. The asterisk. In London, 1717. Black folks. Are you telling me that they took your indigenous heritage and then all of a sudden, because you were lost in the sauce, you became a Mason? Is that what occurred? Spain, Germany, India, Netherlands, Portugal. What are we talking about here? How bad was it, really? South Carolina, Jamaica. Look at this. What are we doing? When you look at your history, I don't understand. I mean, how many years would it take for somebody to lose their heritage? It sounds to me like a lot of people here know who they are. African Lodge, 1784. South Africa, 1772. What are we doing here? Look, 1740, Africa. You guys had lodges. Granada. I mean, look, Granada, Honduras, Nicaragua. You guys had lodges over there. You're not saying that you were indigenous or natives of these lands. You were Africans with inclusivity, or with the rights to be inclusive to Freemasonry, while our people are getting fucked over. 1793, 1785, 1784. What are we doing here? Mississippi, 1801. Are you okay? So what's going on here? Lodges. These are lodges where so-called black folks can go in and say, I am a Freemason. How can you say you're an indigenous native to these lands, while at the same time working with the white man, setting up lodges? Can't have one with the other.
tell you something, black man, you better watch these stinking Africans, man. Right. And they know you not the same people.
So where does all this anti-African rhetoric come from? Because their forefathers identified themselves as Ethiopian Hebrews. 1936 letter. So here's a 1936 letterhead, the Royal Order of Ethiopian Hebrews. So let's go to the next slide. They can't say I'm making it up. So here we see is the membership card of the Royal Order of Ethiopian Hebrews, SNDOC, 30 West 129th Street, Rabbi W.A. Matthew. Because this is the guy who's the father of this community that we see today. Very important stuff that you're going to research. Don't find out who these people are. Let's go to the next slide. Wow, here we go with a death certificate. When this man died, the father of the Hebrew groups that say they are anti-African, God doesn't love Africans, where on the death certificate does it tell us that the creator of this doctrine came from? Stinky old African. He comes from Lagos, Nigeria. Let's look at it. Rabbi, right? This is his death certificate. Whitworth, Matthews. This is the guy.
You got a good point, bro. Shit was funny. The pedal destroyed. You know what's so funny? Side topic real quick. What I find so striking is this. As I was talking to my wife about this. People used to say that the Democrats were going to bring the whole pedo shit, right? The whole pedo shit. But nah, bro. They brought the alphabets. The Republicans are bringing the pedo shit. That's what I see. Anyway, side point. But yeah, that's crazy, bro. The pedo destroyed them.
This is your creator of the Israelite movement that hates Africans, who was part of the Ethiopian Hebrews. But they hate Africans, though. Wow. How do you hate Africans and the man that created your doctrine is from Nigeria, Africa? This is his death certificate. The creator of their doctrine was born in Nigeria. So let's go to the next slide. That thing we saw earlier when there's Ethiopian Hebrews, it's an Ethiopian Hebrew lodge. Masons. Under white folks. Wow. This is not my mail, this is his. So we go to the next slide. This is very interesting because the whole time we thought it was a Hebrew temple, it was a Masonic lodge, and he got raised by a pale white man. And now we see their new symbol today looks mighty like the compass and square. And we see two swords going through it, which is symbolic of the Royal Ark in Freemasonry. And now it's in this symbolism today, the Israelite school of the universal practical knowledge. The swords that are being seen right here are reflective of the Royal Ark degree in Freemasonry. So there's no coincidence with all of this. Because if you put a little line here and a little line here, you're going to wind up what they call a Magen David.
The Star of David, where does that symbol come from?
It's never written explicitly in the Bible itself.
Is it in the Talmud? Perhaps. Is there a passage in the Bible about that or no?
No.
Okay. So you're not really sure exactly where that comes from?
No. You got me.
Nobody knows,
Yeah,
huh?
I don't know. I'm not, yeah.
Because I know it's called the Star of David.
Yeah.
Does it have anything to do with David?
No, I don't think so.
In Amos, God said, you took up for yourself the star, that's the sixth one, the star, of your God, called Remphan or Kiyun. All these were names for Moloch, the great Baal, the great fire god, who was the devil. You get back to the Masonic fraternity of Freemasonry.
Yeah.
Their great symbol is G. You'll look at the star on the compass, which is a stylized Star of David. In fact, they have the entire Star of David in many Masonic temples. Why is that? Masonry is a study of Judaism and of the Kabbalah.
The Jewish Tribune newspaper on October 28, 1927, stated, "Freemasonry is based on Judaism. Eliminate the teachings of Judaism from the Masonic ritual, and what is left?"
So now it should at least make you question exactly what is it that they're doing. So now that we have some historical background from 1697, from 1717, you know, up to like 1885, right? This is that book that, let's see, that Ivan Sertima had referenced. Leo Africanus. This is the book of Leo Africanus. Okay. So for the sake of the PDF moving slowly, I'm not going to go back to show you the first page, but I showed you guys this book before. And I even write a geographic history of Leo Africanus, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, of Africa, blah, 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 blah. It's pretty long, the title and the book. So let's read what let's read what it says here. On page 6, I believe, of chapter 2, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Moreover, this part of the world is inhabited especially by 5 principal nations, to wit, by the people called Kafri, or Kafates, or Cafetas, or Cafe. Cafe is basically coffee, dark. Kafri, Cafeta, whatever. That is to say, outlaws or lawless, by the Abyssinians, the Egyptians, and the Arabians, and the Africans and the Moors, properly so called, which last are of 2 kinds, namely white and tawny Moors, and Negroes or black Moors, of all which nations some are Gentiles, which worship idols, others of sect of the Muhammad, some others Christian, some Jewish in religion, the greatest part of which people are thought to be descendants from Cam, the cursed son of Noah. This isn't me saying it. This is this book saying it. Muhammad, some other Christians, and some Jewish in religion, the greatest part of which people are thought to be descendants from Cam, or Ham, the cursed son of Noah, except some Arabians of the lineage of Shem. So here's where he's separating, some Arabs from the majority of these Moors, black Moors, tawny people, right, so to speak. It says, which afterwards passed into Africa. Now, the Arabians inhabiting Africa are divided into many several kinds. So now he says these Arabians are not Africans, but they're there right now, invading, possessing diverse and sundry habitations and regions. For some dwell near the seashore, which retain the name of Arabians, but others inhabiting the island are called Baduini. There be likewise infinite swarms of Arabians, which with wives, wives and children, lead a vagrant and rough, ruggish life in the desert, using tents instead of houses. There are notable thieves and very troublesome, both to the neighboring inhabitants and also to the merchants, for which cause travelers and merchants dare not pass over the African desert alone, but only in caravans, which are great companies of merchants riding and transporting their goods upon their camels and asses, and go very strong in great numbers for fear of the said therewith Arabians. So we see here, I guess, Arabians mingling around there, causing trouble. But what was the purpose of this? We see here that Leo Africanus does confirm these particular things, making a differentiation between the people up there. Muslims, so-called Moors, or tawny Moors, the inhabitants of Africa, the diversity of religions in Africa, Okay. Now that we got that clear, let me show you this real quick. I thought that this was interesting. I think this, I'm glad this brother knows how to do that shit, because I don't know how to do that. And it's pretty interesting. Hold on a second. Let me show you this real quick. Here it goes.
I keep seeing old prints like an emblem of America or European allegories of the continents. They show dark-skinned figures in feathers and exotic costumes. And of course, Black Indian groups online claim this is proof the first Americans were black. What's the truth behind these images?
Great question. The truth is, these artworks are not eyewitness accounts of Native Americans. They were created in Europe, often by artists who had never set foot in the Americas. Instead, they're part of a European art tradition called allegorical emblems of the continents, where each part of the world, Africa, Asia, Europe, America, was represented by a symbolic female or male figure.
So when we see a black or dark-skinned person labeled America, that doesn't mean American Indians were black.
Exactly. What it shows is European imagination. For Europeans in the 16th to 18th centuries, America meant exotic, wild, and unfamiliar. They used dark skin tones as shorthand for otherness. It wasn't an attempt to scientifically depict indigenous people. It was art style, not anthropology.
That explains the dark skin. But why do the figures look so unrealistic, like with Greek sandals, crowns, or surrounded by crocodiles or monsters?
Because these images were fantasy compositions. European artists blended whatever they thought looked exotic, so you get native-like feather headdresses, African-style dark skin, Greek-inspired sandals and drapery, and sometimes even mythological creatures. Look closely. You'll see winged humans, cherubs, parrots perched on crowns, or crocodiles at their feet. These were symbols of the strange new world, not real native people.
So the art is more mythology than history.
Absolutely. It's closer to mythology than documentary art. These emblems of America are filled with fantasy, like goddesses sitting on crocodiles, cherubs holding banners, or imagined landscapes that mix palm trees with European castles. They're cousins to Greek and Roman allegories, where continents or virtues were personified as godlike figures.
Why then do conspiracy groups call this evidence?
Because they don't understand or deliberately ignore the art context. They see a dark figure with feathers and say, look, proof original American Indians were black. But that's a misreading. Europeans weren't illustrating native people. They were illustrating their own fantasies about the Americas.
So, bottom line, these images are European inventions, not indigenous portraits.
Exactly. They were made by white men in Europe, many of whom never saw an indigenous person. The black-looking figures aren't evidence of black indigenous in the Americas. They're symbols drawn in a mix-and-match style, reflecting imagination, not reality.
That makes sense. So the feathers, the dark skin, the myth creatures, it's all artistic style, not history.
Right. And that's why treating them as literal proof is a mistake. If anything, they show us more about how Europeans fantasized about the New World than about the real people living there. The Emblem of America artworks were...
I thought that was very interesting. The way that the way that the pictures were moving, man, that shit was pretty good. Here's another one, and I'm gonna read this to you too. I'm glad this brother found that, man. Thank you for doing that shit. That shit is.
Welcome back to the Indigenous Revolution channel. Today we're taking on another viral claim that keeps spreading online. Certain Black Indian circles are promoting statues like these as supposed proof that Native Americans were actually black. Our goal in this discussion is to debunk that myth and show the real history behind these figures. Exactly.
And right away, let's be clear. These statues are not depictions of Black Indians or Native Americans. They are images of Chango Macho, one of the most powerful deities in the Yoruba religion from West Africa. So who is Chango in Yoruba belief? Chango is an Orisha, one of the divine spirits of the Yoruba religion. He is the Orisha of thunder, lightning, fire, and war, but he also represents drumming, dance, masculinity, and justice. In African tradition, Shango is portrayed with royal power, wearing red, carrying a double-headed axe, embodying strength and passion.
So the statues that people are mislabeling as Black Indians are actually devotional objects to Shango.
Exactly. They are African in origin. They come directly from Yoruba religion and were carried into the Americas by enslaved Africans. When Africans were brought to the Caribbean, they preserved their traditions. Over time, these practices blended with Catholicism, creating Santeria in Cuba, Candomblé in Brazil, and similar traditions elsewhere.
That's an important point. So instead of representing Native Americans, these statues show how Africans kept their gods alive during slavery.
Right. They're not proof that Native Americans were Black. They're proof of African resilience. Mislabeling them erases both African and Indigenous history.
Before we go deeper, let me remind our listeners, if you're finding this discussion valuable, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to Indigenous Revolution, and consider supporting us with a super thanks on YouTube. Members also get access to exclusive content, so check that out too.
Yes, your support helps us continue debunking myths and telling the truth about Indigenous and African history.
Let's dig more into Shango. What role does he play in the African diaspora today?
Shango is still a central figure. In Santeria rituals, he's invoked with drumming and dance. Devotees believe he arrives when the drums play. He possesses followers with fire and energy. He represents strength, survival, and justice, making him a powerful symbol for Afro-Caribbean communities who endured slavery and colonialism.
And these statues, often called Chango Macho, are part of that living tradition.
Exactly. They are not native artifacts. They are African religious icons, still used today in ceremonies, altars, and homes of practitioners.
What about the European jewel-encrusted versions? Some claim those show ancient Black rulers in the Americas.
That's another misconception. Those ornate statues were created in the Renaissance and Baroque Europe. They're sometimes called blackamoor figures. They reflect European fascination with Africans, but they are not evidence of Black Indians or Native Americans. Again, they are tied to African imagery, not Native peoples.
So, to be crystal clear, these statues are African, not American Indians. They don't show that Native Americans were Black.
Exactly. They honor Shango, a Yoruba Orisha, and they testify to African cultural survival. Calling them Black Indian statues is simply false.
And that's why we're here, to debunk these claims and defend real history.
Yes, Indigenous peoples have their own traditions, symbols, and artifacts. Africans have theirs. Respecting both means not mixing them up for the sake of internet myths.
Before we close, one last reminder. If you appreciate this,
all right. So let me show you something real quick before I give you a link, or at least I go over a link with you. Here we see, you probably never heard this before. It's called gris. Okay. Gris. Spelled grigri. And sometimes Gregory or Gerigri. Is a voodoo talisman. Okay. Voodoo is an African religion practiced by Aja, Iwi, and Fon people of Benin, Togo, Ghana, and Nigeria. Okay. Originating in West Africa, which is like that guy. Chango Macho, what a fucking name. Not to take lightly, that shit. that's a name. Chango Macho. Anyway, so it says here, let me go to this part right here. Wait, hold on. Where are you? Here. The practice of using gris, though originating in West Africa, came to the United States with enslaved Africans and was quickly adopted by practitioners of voodoo. You see that shit right there? So we see that this practice came from these people, and you see that here. You know what I'm saying? So That was one point. Yeah, that shit is crazy, man. How they did that shit. It's funny. Hold on, I gotta leave this up just in case. Here is the. Hold on, come on, bro. Okay, open it away. What's up, dog? All right. Here is the research on Chango Macho or Shango or Shango. Yeah, Shango is a powerful Orisha deity in the Yoruba Santeria religion, venerated as the spirit of thunder, lightning, fire, and dance, and known as a fierce warrior, magician, and ladies' man. Okay. The point being is that this is what they have used to claim. But they don't realize what you're actually like worshiping. Because technically this is a worship. And ego shit, egotistical people. I mean, at this point, I don't understand why it could be so like important. Orisha, ritos y prácticas de la religión Yoruba. From 2010. So, you know, they've written stuff about this religion. They have Origen de los Santos Africanos, Orígenes de los Santos Africanos. See, these are people here in the Americas writing about this stuff here because they see it here. Ahí dice arriba. Los africanos creían que el santo se marchaba de la tierra, iba al cielo y después regresaba a esta en forma de lluvia, que ese agua caía en los ríos y estos se convertían en piedras chinas que tomaban el color según la orisha, algunas blancas, otras negras, otras amarillas, rosas, otras carmelitas, y así sucesivamente, y así sucesivamente. Ellos siempre veneraban a los ríos porque ahí estaba la presencia de los orishas africanos. This is Crania Americana. Okay, this is from Samuel Morton. Okay, because you know, in this channel, man, I bring y'all facts, man. I don't fuck around. I don't bullshit. I don't waste my time. You know, and we get to work. As soon as I come online, you know what I mean? I get to work. I'm like that. That's what I do, bro. If I have a mission, I want to take care of it and get it done. Sorry, this PDF shit is slow. You know what I'm going to do? Give me a second. Spare me, brothers. Hold on. Yeah, let me just do that. Hold on a second. Just going to get him here. Give me a moment. All right. This is from a book called Crania Americana, a comparative view of the skulls of various Aboriginals nations of North and South America. 1839. Samuel George Morton. I'm using him because Wobbles loved to use that guy in another book that he wrote. They don't know how to read, apparently, but I'm using this as reference. I'm using your guy to debunk your dumb shit. This is from page 68 regarding the copper color skin. Okay. It has been assumed by most writers as characteristic distinction of the Americas, who have hence been called copper color race. The investigation of Dr. McCullough satisfactorily proved that this designation is wholly inapplicable to the Americans as a race, You can't ignore that. You cannot ignore that shit at all. Give me a moment. I got some messages here. Let's see. Hey, what up, bro? What up? Shalom, man. What the hell are you? Let's see. Notice how I would never show up for a live video, but love to. Yeah, that's weird shit, bro. They don't show up when the books and the sources come out. They're lurking and shit. I don't know. Maybe this guy shut up. Let's see. Who are you? Would you? How would they know that crocodiles are in America if they never been? Well, the writers that wrote it, like the guy was going through the video, he was saying that these guys never been here. I'm sure somebody saw those animals, man. They wrote that shit down. Santeria is an Afro origin. Not all the Amerindians, Americans, Indian culture. Yep. Oh, you're going through the dagger and shit. Bam! You're like 1 Samuel, it's 1913. Psalms 133. Proverbs 27. John 12. Leviticus 21. It's funny. Are you familiar with the Ottoman Empire and why Arab Muslims and Judites were together called Moors? Well, I mean, there's different sources regarding that topic. I just don't know what you mean, because that's a generalized fucking question. You know what I mean? Are you familiar with the Ottoman Empire and why? Like, we talk about years. Yeah, mama. Huh? Yeah, turn it on. It's okay. Yeah, go ahead. Maybe rephrase the question. African Americans are predominantly Nigerian, Haitian, and Benin. Most of the West Caribbean, Ivory Coast, Senegal, Guinea, as well as the majority of the Afro-Latinos in Latin America. You should have put like Latino America today. Very good point. Are you familiar with the 1747 Negro land map by Emmanuel Bones? The U.S. Library of Congress deems this map accurate that shows the slave coast of the King of Judah. I mean, to what extent are you going to believe the white man? That's my question to you. It's like certain things you believe and then certain things you don't. You know what I'm saying? You want to bring up their history as if they really know what they're talking about. Even though people that were here before them actually did write some shit and put some maps down. You know? I mean, what are you going to believe from them and what are we not going to believe? And I think, if I'm not mistaken, you're talking about Guida, right? The so-called name Guida or some shit. It wasn't Judah, it was Guida. But 1747, yet we're going to ignore Leo Africanus, even though some pseudos reference him and shit, like as if he's never been born. I don't know, man. Like, apparently he's not real. Can't wait till the Most High takes all these nations back to the homeland. Let's see. Also, they wrote the animals were right, but not the people. So why don't you stop fucking around and just ask your question and shit, or say what you want to say? Because it seems like you're kind of like dangling around and like with your point. Like, we don't do that here. Just get to the point. Mount Mil, Kama, Sharash. So what, do you think that African looking people are original people here? Is that what you're saying? Because, I mean, if that's true, you know, I have a lot of questions about that. Anyway, let me continue with this while you think about what I just said. It says that the error was obviously, hold on, let me go back. The investigation of McCall satisfactorily proved that the designation is wholly inapplicable to the American as a race. And this means like the, you know, Mexica, Taino, Arawak, that it is more characteristic of some other and more remote nations. Yes, people that are currently here and that currently live in Africa. Yeah, but did you know what the actual name of that land was at that time? I mean, you're talking about an Americanized version of the name. Why would it be Ouida? They used to call that place Hyruselium or some shit like that. And if there really was the word, I mean, why would it be Wida? Wouldn't it be in Hebrew? If come on, man, why would Africa take a English name? Wida, Judah, because English is eventually gonna, no, bro, it would be the Hebrew name of that land. So that should just debunk your ass. You know what I mean? Like, you just did it yourself. Right. So then if Portuguese called it that shit, did Portuguese translate Hebrew name of the tribe of Judah to Wida? And if they did, can you prove it? The Portuguese gave it a name. Fine. It's no different than the name that we gave it in 1747. You know what I'm saying? But my point being is, if Africa was supposed to be Judah or that place there, then why would it be called Wida? Wouldn't it be the Hebrew name? Well, I don't know his name, man. I read a lot, but doesn't mean like I read every book. Let me continue with this. The error, hold on a second. The error was obviously arisen from the habitual use among many tribes of red paint to a brown skin. See? Our gente would basically grease themselves up like the summer, battle with the sun, which occasions a coppery, you didn't say copper, a coppery hue. Humboldt declared that the denomination of copper-colored men could have never originated in the equinoctial regions to designate the Americans, meaning the Mexicas, Taínos, Arawaks here. Not the wobbles, not the fake Africans, trying to be natives here. None of that shit. No, talk about us. And I can further testify that among the individuals of many different tribes that I have come under my observation, I have never seen a copper-colored man. We consider, therefore, meaning like copper color means you were born with that shit. You stuck with that. Like, it's your color. Like, you know what I mean? And it wasn't like that for us. It was not like that for us. We consider, therefore, that the color of the American Indian in general is brown, differing in intensity, meaning light brown, lighter brown, maybe darker brown, with various tribes according to the various localities. But that it is almost impossible to say that the brown color principally resembles. Now, I'll give you an example. I went up north to Sacramento for one summer when I was 12 years old with my sister and my brother-in-law at that time. And it was the summer, so they had a pool, and I was out there every single fucking day of those 3 months that I was up there. And I got dark. I don't know how dark I was, but I kind of, I was dark, basically. You know what I'm saying? I didn't peel. I didn't go bad. I didn't get sick. I didn't get cancer. Like, that's what happens sometimes. And then when I was living down further, certain areas where the sun wasn't really there, and, I got light skin, especially in the winter. It comes and it goes. Let's see hold on. Let me see what exactly is you saying. It's called Annunciation. Yeah, I know that. But what I'm trying to tell you, man, before I read what you're saying, what I'm trying to tell you is, like, they wouldn't write that fucking name. What I'm saying is, if this was so-called Judah, how was it in Hebrew? So they just made that shit up then. They can't confirm that there was a Hebrew language there. I have a map that a lot of these BHIs like to use, right? Let me see if I can get it. Let me see. Let me see if I have it, man. Maybe I do. Hold on. Map. I have to go way back. Let's see. This is the one I have in India. So I have this map, right? And in this map, okay, which I'll be frank with you, I don't remember where I got it from and how old it is. I do recall it being in the Lost Tribes Myth book, okay? But in this map, you see a lot of areas where it talks about Jewish shit, you know what I mean? Like Jewish over here. Like the something with black Jew. And again, this is India, so it doesn't mean like African looking black folk. You know what I'm talking about? They're like dark skinned shit. Because you got Jewish people up here in like, Vikings and shit. Mongolia, they have Genghis Khan, something about Jews, Jewish Mongols. And this map has a lot of synagogues, okay? So, but for some reason, the same map, right? And let's see if it's, hold on, historic map. Which one are you? I wish I can get it. I don't want to lose it. Lost Charles. Okay, so I think maybe it's this one. It's not colored. Okay, so this is the map, but this one's not colored in the same, illustration. Nowhere near do you see synagogues here. You see names of Judo, Bani, or some shit like that, right? Then you say Jewish Kingdom of Ganishta, right? Medieval Jewish, something to that effect. But here we see White Libyan dynasty. So here in the center of Africa, there's a White Libyan dynasty. However, this map is talking about Yemen Jews and Falasha Jews, Berbers, Moorish, and Negro Jews. It says the Minian Philistines. Now, if you read the book from Shlomo Sand, he confirms and proves that a lot of these people that claim to be Jews were fucking converts. That's Shlomo Sand. Now, listen, let's just say that it's not true. Let's say I'm wrong. Fine. But you see what the problem is? You guys are misleading, because I see the same shit over here. In Asia too. So yet you want to embrace those people on that other map, but not these people on this other side of the map? That you can't be that inconvenient, and you cannot be that inconsistent. I'm sorry. I don't function like that. I don't fucking look at shit like, oh well, in one way, it shows us here, right? But in another way, I don't really want to see that here. I don't do that, bro. Like, as I'm reading, I'm describing, I'm understanding, I'm finding things in context. I'm not trying to find a narrative, make me feel comfortable, so like I can find something fucking weird to teach my kids. No, everything that I know, I'm showing my kids. They know what the hell's going on. Can't wait. Yeah, we write that one. Oh, so they rode the animals. Okay, let's see. Let me go here. We did that. It's not Judah. Okay, we went there. You have to learn. Yeah, I'll check that later. Let's see. Hawida has been debunked. Yeah, it has been, man. It's called Annunciation. Why are you going to believe it? Stay away. Hey, that's kind of like you saying. It's like, it says, funny Africans in that place call themselves Igbo or Hebrew. They wear fringes and keep Shabbat still. There's something called conversion. Like I'm telling you, you need to read the book Shlomo Sands. He debunks Khazars, and he debunks all of those so-called North Africans or Africans that claim to be Jews. Because most of them were conversion. Most of them. Could you be? Who knows, man? Let's see. Guido is a Portuguese, not African. You people, history in Spain. You people are Spanish. I mean, you talk about like Africa? Yeah, of course they are. Unless you mean, because it ain't us, bro. You guys are they're the first fucking Spaniards here. The third Mongolian. You're from the time of Jefferson. See, I'm telling you all three. There are 3 versions of the name written. Oh man, come on, bro. Everybody, dude, that shit's been debunked. I don't even know why you stick to that. I mean, if that's your only reason to believe, well, I mean, I can't help you, bro. That's like telling a Christmas Christian John 3:16, and that's the only reason why they believe. So you keep bringing this up. So if that's your number one belief, then run with it, bro. See how far it takes you. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't believe something like this because of that. I have a map that will crush everything. Your light work. Let's see. I'm like, yeah, people say that shit all the time. Just go to look at a map and it's Library of Congress and Negro line. Yeah, I've seen it, man. I see. Y'all fight all the Indians, Siberians, and sold your land to women and Spaniards. Oh, wow. So that's how your mom talks to you. It sounds like it. Bro. Hey, man, it's great that I don't really have a problem with dumb shit like this because they think this is like gonna hurt somebody's feelings, bro. Ouch. All right, that's it. I'm gonna shut the channel down, man. You made me cry. Hey, you know, Malcolm, at least you're not bad like this guy. You're not as bad as this guy. This guy, I think he's kind of getting there, but at least you're reasonable. You know what I mean? You're trying to give me some shit, some sources or something. The slave coast is not even near North Africa. Let's see. They can't hit the panel. Y'all people sold your birthright to the so-called white man. Wow, I didn't know that. Hey, Joe, when did we sell the birthright, bro? I'm kind of wondering about that. I'm not even yet there with the books. So anyways, let's continue. I have never seen a copper-colored man. We consider, therefore, that the color of the American Indians in general is brown, differing in intensity with various tribes, according to various localities. But it is almost impossible to say that the brown color principally resembles. The cinnamon is, in my apprehension, the nearest approach to it, though still too inaccurate for general comparison. That copper color shit, y'all need to shove that up your fucking... Hold on. Y'all gotta go with that shit. So like, look, this to me, dude, this doesn't bother me, bro. Like, I don't give a shit about this stuff. Like, you're no different than this guy. Hold on a second. He's like, oh, check it. Look, like the book says, the copper color does apply, but not to the people of this land. It applies to people like them from Africa.
It's like we done forgot what copper was. Come on, man. I see pale faces on here putting pennies to their face with a little filter talking about, oh, I'm copper, and they try and prove they indigenous and tell us where we come from. Who is y'all to tell us where we come from? If we're from there, then take us back. Tell them to take us back. Why ain't they grabbed none of my people yet and took us to where y'all say we came from? If we're nothing but Africans that came on.
Hey, if I threw insults at you in the past, my apologies, man. My bad. I didn't mean to do that. Maybe I was like, I don't know, just weirded out and that shit. But I mean, if you want to, let me go through this stuff and I'll put the link up. I want to show some of these books. Once I'm done with these books, and then let's see if you guys still want to talk. All right? Stick around.
On boats, and we were shitting and pissing on each other, and we're descendants of slaves and people that was chained up and nothing else. Prove it. Why when we leave the country, everybody look at us and want to take pictures, and then they seem mesmerized because what do they know about us that we don't? Motherfucker, so many ethnicities in America made us feel so down about ourselves, folks. And y'all time is coming. Our copper gonna keep shining. Our bronze is gonna keep shining. Our gold and our melanin is going.
Now, I remember somebody said, if y'all were that spiritual, why is the flesh so important to you? If y'all were that spiritual. I didn't say that. Somebody actually told me that. I'm like, that's a good fucking point.
Keep shining, as you can see. Everybody going around screaming, oh, I'm blackity black black. I'm proud to be black 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 black. Nah, you're copper, you're bronze, you're golden, deep.
Wait, I was the first person, I think, in the entire YouTube to ever say blackity black, bro. See, man, I'm a fashion starter, bro.
Melanated. You ever wonder, damn, why every single nationality in America try to make me feel down about my race and say we got no culture because they want your land? You know every single country's in on this big secret that you don't come from America? You know how powerful you really is? Man, this shit gets so sad and emotional when you think about it, bro, because you don't really know what they did to us, bro. You don't really know what they did to us. If we really came from these boats and these slaves, show us the pictures of the boats. No AI, no color books, no none of that, bro. Show me these pictures and show me these names. Show my people this proof. We need the proof. We haven't seen no proof yet, but I do have pictures of people coming over here to take over this land. And if you want to debate about it, we could debate. I have multiple pictures of your people coming over here to take over our land, but there's no pictures of us.
The way I texted him, I posted a message on this thing. Let's see if he answers. Let's see if he answers. I don't go on TikTok much, but I would love to fucking do that.
But it's cool. Keep showing how much y'all hate us. We love to see it. The sun gonna keep rising, and it's gonna keep getting hotter, and it's gonna keep busting y'all ass. The animals is gonna get on y'all ass. We're gonna get on y'all ass. Nature's gonna get on y'all ass. I don't know who y'all think y'all are to just learn something in school and run with it and then just think what the fuck they told y'all is true. The government lie about everything until it comes to this motherfucking out of Africa story. Let's be 100. They ain't lying when it comes to this Africa story, but when it's everything else, they're the biggest liars and they're not to be trusted.
How is that any different? How is that any different than this guy right here? This guy. How is that any different than this guy? Y'all $5 Indians, Siberians, sold out your land and women. Okay, y'all $5 Indian, Siberians sold your land and women to the Spaniard. How can we be Siberian and then sell our land? Did we sell like Russia and shit? It's confusing, isn't it? Let's see what you got. I have to edit a video I recorded of people speaking up against these lusty bastards. Lusty bastards. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't understand. So, okay, fine. Look, I'm not saying you can't claim the copper color shit. Go ahead. But here in this book from 1839, it's clearly saying that copper color don't apply to the people here of these lands because of the variance of the skin tone. And that you didn't see no people copper color like that shit. Like you didn't see no blackity black folks like that here. Because what they said is that they would fucking do what? Paint their brown skin. Hello? Let's continue. Now these people are going to say a lot, right? And I'm going to say something. I mean, come on, bro. My grandma looks like that on my mom's side. And trust and believe, we're not Africans. You see what I'm saying? Now, was there any possibility of a mixture? Yeah, damn fucking right. I have a book that's called, oh God. Matter of fact, let me look for it while we're playing this.
It's time to open your eyes. It's time to open your eyes. It's time.
Time to open your eyes. Okay, look at this right here. We just literally read about this fucking thing. What's up, man? So let's go back to this, because to me, this is interesting. All right. First of all, have you seen any black folks with like the little head like that? You guys always make fun of our people having flat heads. This is a flathead person. That's a flathead person with no fucking neck. That's supposedly what Mongolians look like to you. Are you saying that your nose like sticks out like that all the time and shit? Like for real, bro? No, that's not true, because I hardly ever see any people like you. Every now and then we'll see somebody like that, and you use that one person to give this example. Hold on.
It's time to open your eyes.
We just cut. Here's where it gets weird. See, you look at these people, right? And you guys say, and you use these other pictures of all these other natives And you go, that's got to be us because we're muscular. And those other pictures have supposedly muscular looking people. But I don't see none of that shit here. I don't see the long neck. I don't see that fucking, like tube behind. This is flat-headed people with no neck. This is the people that you make fun of all the fucking time. Now, you just want people to look at the skin tone, but you don't want to look at the phenotype. These are not Africans. African people have long necks, stretched out necks almost, kind of similar to white folks. And their heads are round in the back. I don't see these people with that shit. I don't see these people all muscular. Están todos gorditos, güey. What the fuck you talking about? Let's continue.
It's time to open your eyes. It's time to open your eyes. It's time to open your eyes. It's time to open your eyes.
See how they use this one. I've heard people say, "No, that's got to be us. Show me a Mexican that looks like that. Show me a Mexican." But you also look like these fat fuckers over here? Really? With no necks and shit?
Open up your eyes. All you niggas better wise up. You better get wise. It's time to open your eyes. Bringing truth to the
light. They run by this picture real fast. And look, these aren't African looking people, bro. What are you talking about? They all have straight hair and shit. What do you mean? What are you talking about, bro? I mean, I'm gonna let it play, all right? And then I'm gonna show you the books.
I'm oh so tired of these snakes in the skies. Are you listening?
Sorry. We're gonna read some English and Spanish books and see if this shit is true, okay? I already have them in line. So let me show you. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to get each link from each of these books, okay? Because if we use this, it'll take me a long time to run through the page, all right? So I'm just letting you know right now that these are the books we're going to be looking at. And they're in English and in Spanish. See, we don't run from facts. We go to it. You cannot be running shop in these lands having this type of fucking privilege of Freemasonry. This Freemasonry basically means you never lost your fucking heritage. Official history of Freemasonry among the colored people in North America. Their first lodge was 1784. Prince Hall Masonry. Can't run from this shit, man. And you guys can't pick and choose what the fuck applies and what does not. You either lose your heritage or you don't lose your heritage. You cannot be losing your heritage in the 1700s and at the same time gaining fucking power, bro. Nobody does that shit. Get out of here. The fuck are we talking about here, bro? That's a joke if you think we're that fucking stupid. Official history of Freemasonry among the colored people in North America. You must think we're fucking dumb. The first Grand Master of Pennsylvania, 1815. Oh. We're not done.
Clearly, inattention is useless. I'm imparting my knowledge, and some may call me a nuisance. I'm just staking my claim, trying to straighten my name. Why they playing these games? No, I ain't taking the blame. Where is the black flag? Let me know so I can raise it. Identity is secret in the darkness, we've been waiting. No colors for brothers, no painting by numbers. My people been indigenous since Christopher Columbus. Slave ships about as common as a spaceship. Can't take this, I know a lot of y'all are gon' hate. This is basic knowledge if you open your eyes. Can't recognize or distinguish truth from the lies we've been had. It's time for all of us to break bad. This time there ain't no Heisenberg inside of the lab. You can call it what you wanna, but there ain't no fooling me. I'ma put it all out on the table just for you to see. It's time to open your eyes up. Open up your eyes. All you niggas better wise up. You better get wise. It's time to open your eyes, bringing truth to the lies. I'm oh so tired of these snakes in the sky. It's time to open your eyes. 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 I used to be gifted, then my mind stayed shifted. Introduced to Mary, that's when I got lifted. What used to be real instantly became fake. Like who invented crack? Why are there so many lakes? Start to look for yourself, you find out cities destroyed for their name alone. 300 plus tribes gone. We are the only people with no nationality. How many different names have we been? So tell me, who are we supposed to be? You think we knocked at 300? You need to think again. You need to talk to your family and all their old school friends. When Africa is never mentioned, that's when you start the ascension. You learn that the old minds are part of your extension. Words have power more than you know. Words have different meanings. 200 years, words change that have both people gleaming. We all stand alone on our own while they stay triple teaming. These demons will keep killing us for any reason. Time to open your eyes up. Open up your eyes. All you niggas better wise up. You better get wise. It's time to open your eyes, bringing truth to the lies. I'm oh so tired of these snakes in the sky. It's time to open your eyes. It's time to open your eyes. It's time to open your eyes. It's time to open your eyes.
Gotcha, bitch. Hold on.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
As a matter of fact, if you read that book, Black Indians, it would blow your mind what it actually says in there. It talks about Maroons, it talks about Indians, it talks about Africans, it talks about Spaniards. Like, it really differentiates people. But yet, apparently, that's what they use. You need to start reading books. All right, so I told you guys what I was going to show you. Let me see what I have. Hold on. All right, in this book we got, this is from, it's called, hold on, let me get it real quick. Lives of Vasco Núñez de Balboa and Francisco Pizarro. So if you saw the video, they were using his name. Supposedly these people saw black folks, okay? So-called Africans. All right. Let me look at something real quick. Hold on, I'm gonna use my book over here. Hold on, give me a second. Vasco. Hold on, give me a moment. Page 18. Hold on, what am I looking for? I think it's on the small letter. Give me a second, family. Oh, no. That's right. No. That's right. I had just marked that. Hold on a second. We're going to go to page. Hurry up, dude. Hold on. 68. Is this the book I'm looking for? Gosh darn it. Give me a second, man. I'm going to make this real quick. Hold on. All right, so we're going to go to page 91 real quick. 91. All right, 91. Give me a moment. Page 91. We're going to read right here. All right. On the bottom of this book, of this page, we see how they are naming certain people. Okay? See this here. Indians, Negroes, and Spaniards labored alike. Even Balboa frequently lent the assistance of his own Herculean arms. If they supposedly were the real people originally here, look not like this, then it would make sense. But these people, claiming to be these people, I'm confused. Why would they separate those people from you? Or how, you see what I mean? I'm like, it doesn't make sense. Let me give you page 133. I'm just going to look at some words real quick. This is their writing, their information, what they put down. This is not me saying, oh, this is what I feel. It says on page 133, Francisco Pizarro, these are people that are there at that time. To the Curaca, he sent 2 pigs, male and female, with 4 hands and a cock. Thus, amicably, they took leave, and the Orejon entered Pizarro to send some Castilian with him, that the Curaca might see them. And the captain permitted Alonso Molina and a Negro to accompany him. On the arrival of the village, the astonishment of the Indians exceeded all bounds. These are different people. Are they not? Now, all of a sudden, they're not? Page 120 or 134 in the PDF. Some, when the crowd crowed, I guess, inquired what it demanded. Others wanted to wash the Negro. Listen to this. This is interesting. I forgot. Let me see. On the arrival of the village, the astonishment of the Indians exceeded all bounds when they beheld with their own eyes what they had been told by the navigators of the wrath. They were breathless with surprise, the novelty of the animals, the shrills and arrogant crowning of the cock, meaning the rooster, and the 2 men, both so different from themselves. So, because we see here that it was him and him. Okay, so check this out. Both so different from themselves, yet so similar to each other, as all was wonderful. Right? So check it. Some, when the cock crowed, inquired what it demanded. Others wanted to wash the Negro and try to remove the color which stained him. What the If those people were so-called this African Americans, quote unquote, that you see here, why the fuck would they tell these other Negros, or at least go throw them in the shower and wash their fucking skin to the point where they think it's gonna wash off? What would drive them to think that? Because that's not their fucking skin tone. Why does it even? Man, come on, bro. This is the this is a band that they reference, so I'm referencing him. Remember that video we saw, I let you play, that I play for you. It's referencing this guy, Balboa. Let's see if Balboa is true. It says on the bottom part here, I think. Is it not here? Let me see.
Oh, up here. It says here on page 237, disheartened, subdued, half dead, in short, the Spaniard at length quitted those snowy mountains and reached the town of Pacipe near Riobamba, leaving dead on their route 85 Castilians. So they were traveling somewhere and they fucking couldn't make it. 6 female Spaniards, many Negroes, 2,000 Indians, almost all the rest disabled. So now these are the same Indians that were trying to wash the skin or the brown off these people. So these people are not the same people. You reference this man, Balboa. Let me give you another one. See if it's this one. There's a biblioteca. There's a biblioteca. Hold on. This one here. Bear with me because this was this one's in Spanish. Watch this real quick. Let's read some of this stuff. Page 10. See what we got. Oh, that's right. I got to do it on my book over here. Here it goes right there. Give me a moment. All right. On the bottom part. Let me read this book. Let me read this book to you. Let me read the name. Okay. It's Biblioteca Clásica, Relaciones y Cartas de Cristóbal Colón, Madrid, Librería de la Viuda de Hernando, o 1892. You see, so if you're only going by the index of English, you're going to be fooled. Because then you can't compare the history of other nations. And if it's true what they wrote about certain things, you end up finding out, nah, man, they've been lying to you as well. It says here on the bottom, on page 10, prólogo, it even mentions this. All right? Dice, las costumbres de una época en que eran objeto de comercio en España y Portugal, esclavos, guanches y negros, y doctrina corriente la de poder privar de la libertad. So here we see Spaniards and Portuguese already enslaving guanches and negros. Okay? Some people here believe. Let me go to page 46. I'm going to show you something. Oh, it's right here. Watch this real quick. So this is Cristóbal Colón talking about the people here. Okay? So we're going to read from here to here. All right? Maybe a little longer, but from here to there. Okay? And I want you to pay attention to this because it's important. It says, en fin, todo tomaban y daban de aquello que tenían de buena voluntad, meaning like we like to share. Mas me pareció que era gente muy pobre de todo. Ellos andan todos desnudos como su madre los parió, meaning they go naked like they were just recently born, like no clothes. Y también las mujeres, aunque no vive más de una fortamosa. Y todos los que yo vi eran todos mancebos, meaning like docile, que ninguno vive de edad de más de 30 años. Muy bien hechos, de muy formosos cuerpos y muy buenas caras. Listen to this. Los cabellos gruesos, casi como seda de la cola de caballos. This is like the brother said, let's see, way up here. Hold on a second. Where are you at? This one. David's goat hair. That is basically no different because a horse's hair is like a goat's hair. And what they're saying is that the natives here, the Mexica, you know what I'm saying, or the Taino or Arawak, who they first encountered, had long hair, como caballos, like horse hair. Y cortos, like short. So straight and short. Los cabellos traen por encima de las cejas. O sea, unos pocos detrás que traen largos que jamás cortan. Meaning some people had it short, others had their hair long. Listen to this. De ellos se pintan de prieto. Shit. Si ya eres prieto, güey, ¿cómo te vas a pintar prieto, cabrón? Si ya eres prieto, ¿cómo te vas a pintar prieto, güey? Fíjate, güey. De ellos se pintan de prieto y ellos son de el color de los canarios, ni negros ni blancos. Y de ellos se pintan de blanco y de ellos de colorado y de ellos de lo que fallan. You see what I'm saying? Wow. It's you know what I'm saying? It's kind of interesting, man, that when you want to bring out some real heavy duty material, people just disappear because they don't want to hear that shit. Like half the crowd left. Maybe because I took too long. Who cares, bro? You guys ain't patient. It's all good. It ain't for you. Hold on. Let me see. 144. Watch this real quick. Here we see on page 122. And we'll start right here. Y digo que es verdad que es maravilla las cosas de acá y los pueblos grandes de estas islas españolas, que así la llamé. Y ellos la llaman bojío y todos de muy singularísimo tracto amoroso y habla dulce. No como los otros que parece cuando hablan que amenazan. Y de buena estatura hombres y mujeres y no negros. De verdad es que todos se tienen, algunos de negro y otros de otra color y los más de colorado. See, it's breaking it down piece by piece, man. This is Christopher Columbus. All of a sudden, you guys want to listen to facts now. Now facts are an emotional thing to acknowledge. I didn't realize that facts caused people to be that emotional. Let me see this real quick. Oh, check this out. Page, I believe, 191. It says, en estas islas fasta aquí no he hallado hombres monstruosos como muchos pensaban. Mas antes en toda gente de muy lindo acatamiento, ni son negros como en Guinea, salvo con sus cabellos corriendos y no se crían a donde hay aspecto demasiado de los rayos solares. Meaning they're not dark, their hair is straight, falling down. They're not Negro like the people from Guinea. Come on, man. Check this out. Page 202. No encontré en ellos, como se presume, monstruos algunos, sino gente de mucho obsequio y benignidad. No son tan negros como los etíopes. Oh, shit. No son tan negros como los etíopes. Sus cabellos son aplastados y caídos. no habitan donde hieren más vivientes los rayos del sol. What are they saying here? No son tan negros como los etíopes, sus cabellos son aplastados y caídos. They're not woolly at all. What are we doing here? This is, let's see what we got. Hold on. Oh, my bad. I think I passed the covers. Yep. This is Studies in History, Economics, and Public Law, right? Indian Slavery in Colonial Times Within the Present Limits of the United States, from 1913. Check this out. It is the purpose of this study to bring to light a hitherto neglected phase of the early American history, the enslavement of the Indians, the extensiveness of Negro slavery in comparison with Indian slavery was so emphasized the former that in the study of the institution in general, the existence of Indian slavery during the colonial period has almost entirely been lost sight of. As far as I remember, and history shows that in down south, we were not allowed to read. There was no education as soon as you guys got here. From 1492 all the way on, Mexico and the rest of Central and South America lacked education. In case you guys don't know that. A lot of you isolate your heritage or history based on just your little spot, your little state. I tell you that in this discussion, it is shown that the enslavement of natives was practiced by the Indians themselves, the Spanish and the French and English. Yet, in the case of no one of the European nations did it exist as a system separate and distinct from the Negro slavery. We have here general unsatisfactory of the institution, the growth of indentured system, the growth of Negro slavery. Let me see if I can get this page. Let me read this to you guys. Because this, as people claim that they lost their heritage, supposedly, how is it that you can also be part of a lodge, Freemasonry, an organization, a club, a group of people that could probably protect you in some shape, way, or form? Enslavement by the Spaniards. Now we know we read history already. Now that we're getting a good glance as to 1492, Freemasonry, Jews, Muslims, Christians, all of them together. Europeans, Africans. Was it all Africans? No. Was it all Europeans? No. But now we're seeing a bigger picture of the history. Then they show up, and then you start seeing people of positions of power that are not our gente. And you know damn well that the literature here was way predominant compared to the rest of the country or countries in this continent. In their attitude towards the Indians, the Spaniards simply applied the theory of their time regarding slavery. The taking of slaves was considered part of any expedition of the discovery and conquest. The high authority of the church sanctioned the institution of slavery to the extent that the leading theologians had declared all barbarous and infidel nations would shut their ears to the truth of Christianity. Fair objects of raping, captivity, and slavery. In writing of Florida, he declared it is belief that the Indian can never be made submissive and become Christians. So he advocated that all be taken, placed on ships, and scattered throughout the various islands, and even the Spanish Main, where they might be sold as His Majesty sells his vessels to the grandees in Spain. This did happen. Let me see if I can get to page 65. Did I mark it? Here we see enslavement by the Spaniards, evidence showing that these people are not from here. Y'all were brought here or came here from your own will. It is evident, therefore, that it was not through direct executive decree that Indian slavery passed out of existence in Spanish territory within the present limits of the United States. In fact, from the instance cited in connection with Louisiana, it is seen that it did not pass out of existence until after the colonial period. Certain causes, however, contributed to its decline. Great number of Indians could be hired at a very small wages to perform labor of any extent. Has that ever changed? No. Still another cause, which was less effective perhaps in Spanish territory than in that of the France and England, was the use of Negro slaves. The labor of the blacks was early found to be more profitable than that of the Indians. As early as the foundings of St. Augustine, Menendez imported into Florida 500 Negro slaves. Otherwise, the laboring of buildings that towns would have fallen. The labor of building that the town would have fallen on the white man and on the Indian whom he could impress. So we see. Let me see if I can get this one. Did I mark this other page? Well, I think we've made it very clear that there's a huge difference between these people, even these people here. Negro, Indian, mulatto. Even that is considered different. You know what I'm saying? I still don't understand how you guys can really feel that way about supposedly losing your heritage when these people here, this is in 1860, 1870, Buffalo Soldiers. If you look at this link, it allows you to see their contribution to the wars. You see, when you look at history, right, 1866 and all that stuff, right, that's 1 year after the Civil War. How is that so? I don't know if he's African. But anyways, but that's none of my business. So you see this here. Let's see if I have that video still. I forgot that I had that video. Shit. Oh. Hold on. Yeah, I do. I still do. Hold on. Let's see. There it goes.
American OG bringing you that hidden truth because LeBron James and Jesse Jackson will not give it to you like this, you see. Mr. Spook Lee will never make movies about this, and I wonder why. So I'm here learning about the Buffalo Soldiers, Geronimo, and the Wounded Knee Massacre. And I must say, the more I learn about these Black Americans and their history, the more I understand why things are happening the way they are now in the USA. Just look at the type of things these people were doing to the Native Americans, all the while crying about, the Black Wall Street Massacre, the Rosewood Massacre, boo-hoo.
Hey, that's a good point, bro, because you know what? This doesn't surprise me right here that, it wasn't just through Prince Hall, by the way. In that book, if you read, they were separate from Prince Hall. You didn't open the door for them. Prince Hall even said it, that if it wasn't because they were so-called African heritage, it wouldn't have been so difficult for them to open their lodge. So no, I mean, it's not like you guys made the avenue. But, it is through this avenue of your people, your gente, because this is your gente, right? That's why in 1848, Mexico, or the people of Mexico, lost the good portion of that land because of this dealing internally. And I actually fucking did a class on that topic. It's nothing new under the sun.
But look at the nonsense they were doing to the Native Americans. They will not tell you that these Black Americans massacred over 200 innocent men, women, and children for absolutely no reason. And they are here proud afterwards. To make matters even worse, these Black Americans have the nerve to claim to be the Native Americans in year 2023. What these Black Americans did to the natives is equivalent to going up to a person that you see choking, and then you sneak up behind them and you proceed to strangle them. You see, that is pure evil right there. And there's no way you can get out of this. You cannot play the blame the white man card on this at all. You see? All I know is I will say this and I will end this vid, because if I keep talking, these Black Americans are going to report, because they cannot handle the funk.
Actually, they report that brother, man. They took his ass out of that was bad. It was bad. I had a chance to chop it over with him, man. That's why anyways, that's another topic. So check this out. Let's do this here. This is from Buffalo Soldiers in the Guadalupe Mountains, right? National Park Service, nps.gov. On the bottom it reads, while enduring the unimaginable hardship and racial prejudice, the Buffalo Soldiers proved to be competent soldiers and invaluable in the U.S. Army. These African-American regiments spent over 25 years engaged in fighting Native Americans. I explain that shit now. Mapping unexplored lands and opening the West for settlements. It says here, unfortunately, the Buffalo Soldiers received little recognition for their services on the frontier. I mean, fuck, man. What about this? So now that we're looking at the bigger picture, the bigger circle, wider space, whatever you want to call it. And this isn't about targeting specific individuals. Today, it's more about debunking what I said I would. Like this bullshit fucking story that we are invaders. Because that's the same shit that the white man tells us all the time. I want to show this to you guys. Because I think it settles a good point. So it's a good point. Hopefully it makes a lot of sense. It's going to go about 30 minutes, but it's a lot of what I've been showing you. So before we go into this whole we invaded anybody, Mongol, whatever, all that stuff, y'all need to really realize your leaders are misleading you. They want you to be chaotic. The more chaos, the more they rule. Let's go.
Steve Harvey went to Trump Tower and is taking a lot of backlash for meeting with the president-elect. What do you make of this controversy?
I love Steve Harvey and I have respect for Steve Harvey, and I think his intentions were accurate or appropriate rather. But my disagreement is the way in which he's being used by folk like Donald Trump. Again, his intention is just to have a seat at the table. But when you're at the table, you should have experts at the table. You should have people who can challenge the president at the table. I don't care if Steve's there, but if I'm Steve Harvey, I'm bringing Michelle Alexander. I'm bringing Cornel West. I'm bringing Amani Perry. I'm bringing Eddie Glaude. I'm bringing Michael Eric Dyson. I'm bringing some folk with me who can challenge the president and inform the conversation. Otherwise, you're just being
Bruce,
trumped
why
up
are you
there.
saying, oh my God?
So
Bruce?
you were at the meeting. You heard and saw everything. I don't understand how anything I said would prompt that question.
Listen.
Unless Steve Harvey turned into a policy analyst in the behind the scenes meeting, then it doesn't matter what I was there. I'm saying my concern is the people he's trumpeting up and putting in front of the cameras.
Mark, you weren't even there. You don't even know what happened. Here's the deal. You don't know what happened. First of all,
Pastor Darrell Scott, Michael Cohen, they are in a process of bringing all types of people from all over the country, from all different backgrounds, like we have remember the Diversity Coalition, where we reach out to all different types of people. It was Listen, a bunch of mediocre Negroes being dragged in front of TV as a photo op for Donald Trump's exploitative campaign against black people, and you are a prime example. How are you gonna? So now you want a name call, Mark?
Simone, you better jump in.
Now you want a name call. Now you want to.
In what world does Mark Lamont Hill think he is better than Steve Harvey? Now, why am I bringing this up? Because of this, guys. Watch this. I'm going to show you, and I'm going to read this real quick. It's probably the only thing I'll read other than the scriptures. This is from a book called Propaganda. And I read it before, and I'll read it again. The conscious, intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate the unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of this country. We are governed. Our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested largely by men we have never heard of. This is the logical result of the way in which our democratic society is organized. Vast number of human beings must cooperate. Cooperate in this manner if they are to live together as smoothly functioning society. Why do you think One West Camp is being like marketed in media right now in such a public stunt type of deal? Our invisible governors are, in many cases, unaware of the identity of their fellow members in the inner cabinet. They govern us by their quality of natural leadership, their ability to supply needed ideas, and by their key positions in social structure. Whatever attitude one chooses to take towards its condition, it remains a fact that in almost every act of our daily lives, whether in the sphere of politics or business, in our social conduct or in our ethical thinking, we are, and I believe it says, we are basically structured that way. So as you can see, they're molding us. I don't find this at one bit surprising. And that's why I've been telling you, you so-called black man of the Phoenician descent that has the Bible and claims you're Israel, man, you're not. And you so-called black man or black woman that is of a Hebrew descent who mixed with them, you need to pay attention to this video. These black plagues that the Greeks formed modern day society and democracy, not the truth, that it was their own ancestors, centuries before slavery, who taught the cavemen who would become the Roman and Greek everything they knew, including how to end up enslaving the same people who taught them. So as you can see, this person doesn't really know their own history. See how everybody's just against each other. They don't even realize what's going on. And this, my friends, is one of the real problems with black community faces. People like Mark Lamont Hill, he educates black youth. Morehouse. Remember the word more? It means black. That is not a slave name, black man. That is your last name. But swears allegiance to the people. Let's continue this. I don't need to see all that. All right, here we go. You can see that he's part of a fraternity, Kappa Alpha Psi. Right, watch.
I am DeMarco Morgan, a proud member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated.
My name is Leslie McNeil. My name is Samuel Crenshaw. The name of my fraternity is the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. And we do like this. I do!
I'm Donna Lowry with Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated.
So we decided on that day that we would go no other way. We cracked destination, aka destination, aka. I am.
So you got to ask yourself this question. We're talking about people that have had these colleges since the early 1900s. like 1890, 1902, 1903. Do you understand this doesn't happen over like fucking 5 years? It doesn't happen overnight. Look. Here we go. This is very obvious and typical of you. You stupid. I didn't say that. You said that. I'm just reading the beginning of your comment.
Blaine Alexander. I'm one of the reporters at 11 Alive, and I'm also a dynamic diva, a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated.
Hey, by the way, so-called black man, so-called black woman, okay? You are not being whitewashed here. This is who you are. The so-called white man and the so-called black man that came from Europe, y'all have been in cahoots with this the whole time. This is nothing new. Don't be surprised like, oh, they're not acting black. No, this is who you are. Stop playing games with y'all. Let's go.
I'm Karen Greer. We may belong to different houses, but we're all a part of the same trusted family. We may belong to different houses, but we're all a part of the same trusted family.
The Boule. What a coincidence. Man.
11 Alive.
See, they don't even realize that they ain't dancing for no massa. Yeah, oh boy, she said it. Sigma Pi Phi, right. Yeah, they are not dancing for no massa, Mr. Black Woman or Black Man, whoever did this video. I thank you, by the way. They are dancing for themselves because you guys enslaved the white man first. They're just kind of getting back at you, and it's prophetic. I'm going to do a class on that. It's regarding the 70-year prophecy. All right, but let's continue.
Proud member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated.
You see how we're being told, like, hey, they're throwing the 666 sign and this and that. Man, all of that is just crest. That's all it is. They're just family crest. Other than maybe some other evil, wicked thing behind it, but quite frankly, it's just family crest.
A bunch of mediocre Negroes being dragged in front of TV as a photo op for Donald Trump's exploitative campaign against black people, and you are a prime example of it, sir.
I'm sorry, we Omegas. Yeah, I was trying not to do that on the Praise the Lord. I'm sorry, we Omegas. Yeah, I was trying not to do that on the Praise the Lord.
This is a lifestyle, and the legacy continues. All we do is teach and discipline. That is all, and that is it. All we do is teach and discipline. That is all, and that is it.
But we will pull it off. You wonder why that Badu pie, but they don't understand it's do or die. I want to be a new, yeah, I'm a guy. With it's you that Badu pie.
All right, so for example, the other person said, oh, dancing for massa. Do white people do this? I've never seen white people do this. I'm just saying, I don't know what indoctrination they're talking about, but I've never seen white people do this, ever, not one time. None of what you're going to see right now do white folks do this. The so-called white man does not do this. They do something different. So again, the boulets, the so-called black man, the so-called black woman of Phoenician descent, are they really our people? Let's find out.
We need some motivation, so won't you come motivate me? Wait.
Again, do white people do this? Are they indoctrinating them into white ways? No. And I'm sorry, One West Camp. This is not my spirit. I've never resonated with this, nor do I do now. So are you our people? We have to ask ourselves, because you guys are the foreigners. We're not. We're here from this continent. You white man, you black man, you guys are the foreigners. And when I say black, you brothers and sisters that are Hebrews that look black, I'm not talking to you. But if you're emotional, then you either need to go to another channel, go to One West, and don't be here, because we go through facts here. Okay? You see, the so-called Northern Kingdom, we've already been through this. People that look like us have already effed us over. So it's not a coincidence that we see it happening and it's biblical. You guys have a problem with realizing that your own people that look like you will actually do you wrong.
Pop a perky just to start a pop it. Pop 2 cups of purple just to warm up.
Like my teeth in front of my ass. My ass in front of my teeth. Let me see that train. It feels so good to me. I love my D. I like my teeth in front of my ass. My ass in front of my teeth. It feels so good to me. I love my D. I like my teeth. Yes, in front of my ass. My ass in front of my teeth. It feels so good to me. I love my DSC. Come on, Lele. Come on, Leo. Let's go. That's my 23. My 23.
So to me, that sounds kind of weird, man. To me, that sounds kind of weird. That seems kind of weird. That's not somebody manipulating you into their customs. That's you acting on your own. That's you being you. This isn't white people shit. So you can't go and say that this is white folk influence. The reason I do this is because it's, first of all, man, it wouldn't bother me so much, I guess you could say. But it's our gente, man. Sometimes they're fucking dumb, bro. Because, you know, a lot of people don't like to read. And it's hard to ignore. For me, it's hard to ignore stupidity, that it's like obvious stupidity talk, when I know what the real answer is. Like, it's hard for me to ignore that shit. If this was my heritage, I would completely 100 wrong. Man, I mean, shit, what the fuck you gonna do, bro? You can't change who you are. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty dumb, man. I've had a lot of conversations with brothers like, bro, if I didn't know who I was and I was just like trying to live a life, whatever, bro, it is what it is. I just never can see myself trying to steal something from somebody and using every fucking picture, angle, opportunity, whatever statement and shit. And yet you see yourselves right fucking there, right next door to you. Like, nah, I'm not those people. You are no different than I remember IUIC used to tell Dominicans, they used to make fun of them because like, me not black, me not black. Well, you acting the same fucking way. You ain't black, me not black, me not black. IUIC, all that BHI shit, you all acting the same fucking way. How is that any different? And you see, the person that did this video cannot wrap their mind around the fact that y'all are Canaanites. And that's why this spirit is in you. This is not my gente. I don't care what one word says. This is not my people. I can't wrap my mind around this, man. I can't. Hey, you know what, sis? It's true because my wife had the same issue when we were going to these camps. She had the same issue. Always talking about women, those camps, having our men talk the same way about women. The women, we women are not like that at all. Like, I'm talking about the Hebrew women. All women, no. That's why I was like, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. I would tell my wife, yeah, you're right. I understand. But it doesn't apply to you, so just ignore it. But she's like, Latino women aren't really like that. I know there's some, but like not all of us. And you know what? You're right, sis. It's very true. We're not. We're not. It's just it, man. I'm just calling it spade a spade. Y'all call white people enemies and they're not your people, even though they are. Well, I'm letting y'all know that we never enslaved nobody, and y'all did. And this action, this spirit, is not a Hebrew spirit. I'm sorry. It is not. Hey, it's funny. You see the white guy, he's just like staring like, man, I got to sit here. I don't know if he's security or what, but it's funny. No, bro, that's not a spirit at all, bro. Not at all. No, no. See, this is the silly doves in you guys, okay? You so-called Phoenicians. They even brand them like it's the 1800s. You guys were never in slavery. Stop it. Shut up. You guys were not. You guys had it good. Prior to in antebellum, you guys had it good. Prior to Civil War, you guys had it good. It was the natives that you were enslaving. It was our women that you were raping, pillaging, and slaughtering, and having babies through them. It was the 1/8 was a native 1/8. So if you were 1/8 native, you were considered a slave. So it was your own people that enslaved your own people. Don't blame the white man. They didn't even have enough power. Matter of fact, the white man can't do anything without y'all.
That is no. Fraternity guys? No.
What nation of people do y'all see there? Yep. What people, what nation of people do y'all see there? Do you see anybody, our gente? Nah, man. They are in our continent playing their, novela, their soap opera, while we're sitting back just watching it. It's time to stop. We ain't watching this crap no more. We got our Bible back. Now it's time to speak up and step up. We ain't letting this no more. You are in our continent. This is our land, and it's our Bible.
Yes. Ooh, nobody else. Me? Oh, stop it. Excuse me? Yeah, you played. Did you play? You got smacked and everything. No, he didn't. I guarantee you don't. If he couldn't stop it when he was 7-1, you know, in college at LSU. Stop it. Ask him about me. Yes.
When you used to hit that after dunks?
LSU.
At dunks. Which fraternity?
Oh, man, NEGROS high five. She's dog.
Is that what that was? These were after dunks, right? That happened in college, yes?
But Smitty, no, and Kerr, no, and me.
I guarantee you can't.
Who do a step right now? Yeah. You remember that? Do a step.
Go.
Go. Get it! His knee hurt. His back. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe he did.
Wow. He did it. He said it. He played it. It's the way it is. There's only certain type of people that can be that big, man. Not everybody's that big. But then there's a selection of people that can be that big more than other people. If you believe in the Bible says that there were people in Canaan that were fucking huge. 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 Unless you forgot.
Terrence J joins us here at Sun Air Canada Center because he's going to be the host.
Yo, so far they don't got it that bad. They don't have it that bad. So, excuse me, I was about to cough. Hold up. They don't have it that bad so far.
Of the Dunk King. That looks outstanding, man. How was it?
Oh, man, the show was amazing. You know, we had guys from all over the world come to compete, and we found some of the best dunkers. We saw people jump over fire, saw people jump, over ladders. And Shaq actually owes me $5,000 right now for charity, and I just wanted to call you out on that.
For doing what? What's your address?
I gave you have my address to send me the money.
No, I sent it. FedEx. You better check with FedEx.
$5,000.
We're going to start seeing how this soap opera is playing itself out. You see, these people have been placing pawns for us to have sympathy, empathy, and lack thereof for our gente. Sympathy and empathy for them. Oh, poor black people. But when it comes to our gente,
nothing.
No. I was so indoctrinated by One West that sometimes I didn't even want to give my own gente a flyer because I thought they may not be our people. That's how corrupt my mind was. Exactly, brother. No humility, man. Watch. Let's continue. Let's see if you guys are our people.
I see the light, the pink and green.
Greetings, sorors and friends. On January 15, 1908, a group of young collegiate women gathered in Minor Hall on the campus of Howard University in Washington, D.C. to organize Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. These 16 women just one generation out of slavery, envisioned the world where every man.
You see how they just hype it up, man? Seriously, one generation out of slavery. You guys all already have a fraternity. You guys have your own colleges. Lies. Y'all never went through the slave trade. You guys came directly from Europe.
Man, woman, and child had equal access to health care, housing, proper nutrition, education.
Hey,
remember the picture, the book I brought out before, or at least the newsletter from the Lutheran channel? It was talking about how in 1531, from that moment forward, when they were able to print information in these lands, they stopped people, our gente, from learning or reading anything. They made sure that they taught us only certain things. That print was in September 7th, 1900. This lady's talking about 1903. Watch. This is important. How can you say that we took your heritage, that you're the native now, which means we took your diet, your clothing, your language, your folklore, the Christian compendium? Because that's what it fucking means. I mean, I don't know what else you think that's what it means. That's what it means. If we, so-called, you know what I'm saying, MESHIACHA people, took all this shit from you, that means we took your diet since 1492. Your clothing since 1492. Your folklore since 1492. I named a couple other things. I mean, shit, just the first three is difficult to do. Your language since 1492. And then when the Spaniards came, they taught those natives the Christian compendium. Then we stole that as well. Okay, let's continue.
Sorority Incorporated. These 16 women, just one generation out of slavery, envisioned the world where every man.
You see how they just hype it up, man? Seriously, one generation out of slavery. You guys all already have a fraternity. You guys have your own colleges. Lies. Y'all never went through the slave trade. You guys came directly from Europe.
Man, woman, and child had equal access to health care, housing, proper nutrition, education.
Hey, sister, it is witchcraft. Honestly, it's sincere witchcraft, man. This is none but pure witchcraft from Europe. Yeah, Canaanite spirit. You're gonna see even Kaepernick is involved, man. That's how crazy this gets.
And civil rights for more than a century. Alpha Kappa Alpha women have been at the forefront of every major social, civic, and humanitarian movement in this.
That's a lie, because you know what? The sister that actually was the one that went anti-fumigation when they were doing fumigation baths or gente, she was the first one that said, no, I'm not doing it anymore. She got that from there. Rosa Parks, this was all planned. Rosa Parks was planned. The first woman that stepped up was our sister. You see what I'm saying? And all of these here, all of y'all are Phoenicians. Every single one of you guys. You guys are not full black. You guys are white and black. So some of y'all are black and some of y'all are white. So stop yelling at the white man, because you yelling at your actual brother. And I don't mean it biblically. I'm talking about carnally.
This nation.
How do you think?
Oh, yeah, of 1917.
Although our brains.
So if you do a homework on the fumigation bath,
Lord, Cassius informs me your Greek ballet is here.
Greek ballet? Ballet.
Waiting outside to greet you.
Bring them in and present.
It's right here, sis. So what they did is like the fumigation, the DDT that they use over there, the cyanide over there in Europe, they actually implemented that here first. So they would bathe our gente because supposedly typhus or lice. They would spray them with DDT and like quarantine them and spray them with a bunch of stuff. Yeah, you guys got to do it here. Matter of fact, let me put the link up. You guys can do the homework on it. It's a very unfortunate history of ours. But you know what? Where's One West saying any of it? No, of course not, man. They don't give a damn.
Here, let me show you. Let me show you so you guys can see. Because we don't like the bullshit here. We don't like the bullshit here. Hold on a second.
How do you think Rosa Parks stood up and said no more of this?
Hold on. Here we go. Check it.
Can I tell you why? It was planned by the NAACP. Rosa Parks was not.
How do you think Rosa Parks stood up and said no more of this?
May I tell you why? It was planned by the NAACP. Rosa Parks was not one day coming home, nobody was aware, and she just stood up. Lord, I ain't gonna sit in the back of this bus no more. I'm just tired. It didn't happen that way. It was planned by the NAACP, okay? And as a matter of fact, they had chosen another woman to do it. And just before she did it, at some point, they found out that that black woman was pregnant out of wedlock.
A life for the Mexicans traveling into El Paso to work. That is, until a 17-year-old Mexican domestic worker named Carmelita Torres said enough and refused to enter the baths, leading to a few days of revolt as chronicled in the El Paso Morning Times. Carmelita, labeled an auburn-haired Amazon by the paper, would come to be known by local historians as the Mexican Rosa Parks.
All right, we're almost done. That's enough of that shit. Thank you, brother, for sending this to me. I'm gonna play it right now. I got some other stuff to really play real quick, and then we through, bro. We through. Wait. Got these videos. I saved them for last. Here, this is to me, bro. I don't know. I'll treat you the way that you treat me.
You said what?
Oh, I said I should be calling ICE to ask for your ID.
Okay, you can call. Don't matter.
Yeah, I
call,
said it.
Call.
You want me
call
to say
now.
it again?
Call now.
I don't want to call right
well,
now.
Well, you tell me.
I want to.
You can call now.
I'll call when
now.
I want to.
Okay, so
yes.
You tell me now. You could tell me now.
I just told you.
Okay, call now.
I just told you, sir.
Call ICE. I don't get ICE.
Yeah.
Call.
Yeah.
Call.
It'll
be
ready
for a minute, man.
Okay. Yeah, I got you.
She said she called ICE.
I don't know what is happening right now.
Like, what do you call that? Huh. Hey, thank you, brother, for doing this, man. I don't care. Some people don't like it, but I don't give a fuck. I think it's cool because I can't do it anyway. So, you know, it's not entertainment, but it's like, it's making a point. It's almost like what Newsom, the governor of California, is doing to Donald Trumpetas. He's mocking him and shit. So I kind of take it like that's what he's doing. He's mocking them. He's mocking these fucking wobbles, bro. And he's not really trying to like say this is what it means. He's fucking mocking them. I think that's what it means, bro. So thank you for doing that shit. Keep fucking making fun of them.
European Americans, this is how a real Native American looks like. This is the face. Hey, European Americans, this is how a real Native American looks like. This is the face of an authentic American, in case you forgot.
You call the children of undocumented migrants anchor babies. They are not the ones who came in boats here.
You came from an entirely different continent and have the audacity to call my people alien.
I wasn't born in America. America was born in my land, and you are not autochthon here. Before borders existed, my people existed.
Hey, European Americans, this is how a real Native American.
This is not my point of view, but I don't know, man. This is crazy shit. I don't know. Whatever this means, I need someone to help me understand. Poke some shit after the class because he brings some Neanderthal. I don't.
My people, the Native.
Just listen to this. I don't agree. I'm not saying I agree with this shit because I don't understand it. But it sounded kind of weird. But I figured let's share it. You know what I mean? Why not? Supposedly, he says everybody comes from us because of some fucking, what is that called? Not Homo sapien. Neanderthal. That's what he's saying. So I don't know how you guys feel about that shit. You know me, man. I don't have no feelings about stuff like that. So let's listen into it.
Native Americans are the oldest people on the planet. Africans are not the oldest people. They are only 300,000 years old. They do not have any other hominid in them besides Homo sapien. The Homo sapien is the newest, youngest species of human.
You know what route he's taking? He's basically going scientific. Which, by the way, you know me, man. I don't fuck around, bro. I listen to a lot of different things because I like to study. And I understand what he means in a way, but whatever, bro. Because what I'm about after this video, I'm gonna show you some little short videos regarding debunking, like the scientific dates that we've been giving for a while. Because of the videos that I'm going to show you after this is going to question all these 30,000-year-old this, or 100,000-year-old that, or 2 million-year-old, whatever. So that's why I'm going to let him speak. And there we go with it. Let's go. We're done. You know what I'm saying? I'm done with the class, man. So let's just finish it off.
Native Americans have admixture of Neanderthal, Denisovan, Homo sapien, and we have two ghost ancestors, a Y population and a ghost archaic population. My people are older than the Africans. That's why they call us First Nations. Everybody has Homo sapien DNA thanks to the Native Americans for leaving Africa. Native Americans would be the grandfathers of everybody. They call us Indigenous because we're children of the earth. We left Africans in Africa, the Khoisan, right? And we migrated to the Middle East.
You hear what he says? I told you. So now Mexicans are Africans. I'm just telling you, go back.
Grandfathers of everybody. They call us Indigenous because we're children of the earth. We left Africans in Africa, the Khoisan, right? And we migrated to the Middle East and started civilization there. Migrated to the Caucasus Mountains, dropped the albinos off there, made it to Asia, left some Asians there, and we still made it to the Americas first.
What he's saying that we came from Africa, went through the Middle East, like where I showed you where my forefathers are, and then we just kind of like passed by up the north and then left people there. And as we just went by, we just like left seeds behind. We just, I don't know. Listen, man, I don't know the angle. I don't understand. I'm not digging into it scientifically or even biblically or even historically. So I'm not going to question this dude. But, what do you expect? I mean, you got people from Africa saying the same shit, but the other way. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
So Africans wouldn't be the ancestors of everybody. Natives would, because natives are the ones that left Africa and traveled the whole world and made it to the Americas first. Right?
Posted you guys his link.
But we have a lot of admixture in our genes a lot of ancient lineages that predate Homo sapiens. Africans are the youngest, actually. And you can tell by their phenotype because they came after the Ice Age. If you don't have straight hair or Asiatic eyes, you come from a bloodline that began in a warmer climate after the Ice Age. My people say we're living in the fourth world. The first was destroyed by fire, second by ice, right? And third by a flood. And we're living in the fourth world right now. We also say we're on the fourth or fifth sun, right? Native Americans are the indigenous people. We are the First Nations. We are the OGs. We are the blueprint. We are the oldest people on the planet.
Hold on. What? That's mom. Mom. So I will say this, which is kind of interesting that he says that. My wife said that we have the most complex DNA in the entire world because we can get kids that are darker skin, light skin, kids with straight hair, curly hair. I mean, that's what she said. I don't know, man. I'm not a scientist. I don't get into that. And I don't really understand exactly, deeply, how far he's going. Maybe the brother, Indigenous Revolution, may be able to talk about that more than me on that. I'm not a scholar like that. But this is what I will say. And this is what I recently found. So I tried to record this from the house. Hopefully you guys can hear it. They found a dinosaur bone with flesh still on it. Okay? Which means that if there's still flesh in a dinosaur bone, all that shit in science that talks about millions and thousands and all that, it gets debunked. Okay? Let me see if this is the first video.
Like this one, what do you do next?
So what we do is we soak the fossil material in a solution called EDTA. And what you'll have after you dissolve the fossil is the tissue will be remaining because the EDTA won't dissolve the tissue. So then I'll bring this over to what we call a dissection microscope. This is, in essence, dissolved Triceratops horn magnified. And so you can see what it looks like, just kind of little pieces of rock.
Well, Kevin, what did you find then when you were looking at the sample and you actually found some tissue?
He said he actually found some tissue. So that whole concept of like fucking 100 million years ago dinosaur shit could be going out the door. A lot of scientific theory could be going out the door with this concept right here that, yo, listen, I found tissue on bone. This also fucking debunks that whole Pangea bullshit. Y'all can't handle this fucking fire, homie.
Well, Kevin, what did you find then when you were looking at the sample and you actually found some tissue?
Okay, here's what we found. This is actually Triceratops tissue. It's stretchable, it's pliable, it's not an impression of the soft parts of the dog.
That shit, that's dried skin and it's stretchable. Yeah, Esau science is fucking boo-boo. Hold on a second, let me tell him that shit. Vete. Look at this. Look at the elasticity of this fucking old ass thing. If it was millions of years, why would it still be here? Pangea. Hello, what the fuck does that mean now? Oh, that's what brought the dinosaurs all in. We still see flesh.
It's not an impression of the soft parts of the dinosaur. This is truly soft. It is squishy. It is stretchable. It is tissue.
That blows your mind, huh?
Absolutely. And if you look at them then at a closer magnification, what we see then, this is using.
The reason I know this because this is what my wife looks at. She studies this shit. That's the only reason I saw this. Okay, because she likes the science stuff. Please.
Scanning electron microscopy, you see the extreme detail of the cells. See in that picture and this picture, and particularly like look at this picture, we would not begin to expect to see such enormous and elaborate detail. I mean, these structures are incredibly small. You know, this is our 20 micron bar here.
Oh yeah, shout out to my wife. Hold on, let me see. This is the video. Hold on. This is. Let me go back. Bro, that I want to hear that part. That
extreme detail of the cells. See in that picture and this picture, and particularly like look at this picture, we would not begin to expect to see such enormous and elaborate detail. I mean, these structures are incredibly small. You know, this is our 20 micron bar here. See how small these structures are, still intact. It would take very little to break those. So at best you would expect that all that would have broken off and been long gone.
So that has to have shaken up the scientific community. What's been the response of all of this?
The initial response, when Dr. Schweitzer first published her work, which is what became very popularized in 2005, it generated a lot of response. And so initially some of the reaction was rejection. Oh, it's contamination. You know, that's not really dinosaur.
they have to debunk or at least try not to accept it because then this debunks all the fucking scientific theory. Pangea. It makes you question everything that we've been taught. That's why I say to you guys, I will never be fucking lied to again unless I let myself be lied to.
Or it's bacteria, because bacteria can look kind of strange sometimes. So you had a lot of proposals of what it could be. And to her credit, Dr. Schweitzer did more work. They began to find protein. You break open some of these cells. You look at the matrix these cells are attached to, and they're protein.
Understand what protein means. Protein is what your muscle needs in order for it to survive. And that shit was still alive. Supposedly protein, after time, it degenerates and then it smells funny and shit. You know what I'm saying? If you leave it in your cup. But for some reason, this type of whatever it is lasted that long.
Because clearly you're now faced with how could you explain the survival of this, the pristine survival of this, not only for so long, but in very unpristine conditions.
So then this debunks all that fucking bullshit. It debunks all the bullshit. It debunks all the chatter, all that nonsense. Anyways. Hey, I'm going to play this. This is just people just fed up, man. Gente just gets fed up eventually, you know what I'm saying? And it's like you keep pushing, and you just gotta accept the fire. No matter how it comes. I mean, because, basically, it's like, es como si quieres pleito, güey, pues, aférrate, cabrón, because that's what you're going to get. You're talking about a heritage of a people that have... Anyways, let's listen in. We're done. After this, I'll have a good night, man. I hope this was helpful to make sure that we prove the point about what the fuck this means right here. Debunked copper color. We've debunked that many times. And nobody shows up to tell me that I'm wrong. It's not my fault. That's your leadership's fault.
For money. It's for money, land, power, and sex. Because they want the women. They want.
No. It's not
just
just.
Say this. I wasn't alive about 3 or 4 years ago. I remember. Too bad I did not have my software back in the day to record everything. Otherwise, I would have that video available like I do, when I show receipts, right? So I was in a live with a bunch of African Americans, and they were pretty much saying to the point. I'm just going to get to the point. They were just saying how. They had this Pan-Africanist movement planned out, and their agenda was to spread out throughout all the world, and specifically throughout all Latin America, and present themselves as this erotic product, right? Sell themselves to the females as a product, and essentially just to impregnate as many Latinas as they can, leave them fatherless babies. But the objective is to spread their seed and overturn our demographic groups to more African than mestizo or.
I don't know why that seems new to you guys. In case you don't know, raza, or Mexican people, understand, and they used to say that they compared the Spaniards to the British. They said the Spaniards son cogelones, meaning they'll sleep with anybody. The British were not like that. That's what raza knew in Mexico. I'm from Guadalajara, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not young. I'm almost 49. So in Mexico, we understood que los españoles eran más cogelones, not like the British. But now that we have history, now we can understand why this fucking thing means. So it shouldn't fucking surprise you no more. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that, but it's not about. I mean, sorry, not to offend you, bro, but it's not about our women. It's just like, of course, that comes with it. You know what I'm saying? It's about the power that they don't have. The sad part is that our gente just doesn't even understand that shit. Y están todos pendejos, güey. Ay, pues, black and brown. Ay, que vamos a ser amigos. I mean, I don't understand. I don't mind working with people, like making shit work together, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, come on, fam. But to give your fucking heritage up, that's a total different ballgame. That is a total different ballgame. See this? I had this in mind. I wanted to play this, man. Is that it? Shit. Anyways, I'm done, fam. All right, let me play some stuff. I'll play a couple songs and shit, and then we out. Hopefully this was, edifying to you. Or at least informative. Informative. At least it was informative. A lot of our people just don't understand what the fuck this all means, man. But it's all good. Hopefully they will. I'm just saying. Frenemies can be your enemies.
Miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. has pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas. Yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos no voy palpando, cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti.
Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que veas. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. Aunque parezca que va bien, no sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente, Calamala dijo que estaría presente. Fallaron como nunca, se fueron para siempre. Millones de razones para vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente.
Como no quieren ver ahogados, tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera. Más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena mi tu. A mi lado tengo soldados fumando de su palulú. Ni un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio se matan vestidos de emporio. Y yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando. Vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, nunca se despidió de mí.
Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no, porque todo es perfecto y lo debo plasmar. Me fumo un trócolo tras otro y lo veo todo otro color. Me siento libre porque vuelvo a conectar. Mi gente sufre y no lo puedo evitar, más que dándole consejos siempre desde la humildad. Es su camino hacia la fraternidad. Solo puedo que enseñarles a respetar y amar. Con esta bendición, como no voy a aprovechar los códigos que llegan, los tenemos que aceptar. Si me reencarné fue para ayudar y no para malgastar mi tiempo en beneficio del mal. En la unión nace la fuerza y eso nos hace juntar las ganas que siempre tuvimos para iluminar a la gente que se le ocurra y la malla armonizar. Vinimos para dar fuego a la que no nos va a quemar. Arda y por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo ristas perfectas, paladas de versos eternos, no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen bien, es más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Yeah, man. Respect and love from the world, nigga. Show them. You nigga on a microphone. Can't vayas que number 15. Rock you en el estudio. Bomba, claro. ¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amores, vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby day. Cali with a farmer soul, yeah. Tell them around. ¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, I no voy a sit on no microphone forever and ever. Tell me, roll some love. I can just smoke and the light, some love them. I Rastafari my life, some love. I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby day. I live with a farmer soul, yeah. Reggae man a farmer warrior day. Not I really think. Yeah, man. Y se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, internacional, bomba, claque, Lego. Not really easy. No. Pure nigga on a microphone.
Family, sorry. I forgot to show you this. Shits and giggles. Hold on a second. Hold on. For you guys that are still watching, you guys are lucky. Yeah, I forgot to show you this.
Divine 9 is something new to you. It's not new to us. So we have a lot of people. The Divine 9 is something new to you. It's not new to us. So we have a lot of people we know involved in those things, right? We know of them, but they don't even know that it's tied to Freemasonry. A lot of them don't. But I guarantee you my grandmother was ignorant.
He petitioned the Massachusetts state legislature for funds to educate children of color. He opened his home as a school to provide an education to adults of color. The Deputy Grand Master, Brother Nero Prince, became Prince Hall's successor as Grand Master, followed by George Middleton, then Peter Lew, and then the well-known John T. Hilton, who recommended a Declaration of Independence from the English Grand Lodge in 1827 and the assumption of powers and prerogatives as an independent Grand Lodge.
It's natural sometimes when you speak to speak, you know, like this or whatever. You know, I see my dad do it all the time.
They genetically modified the beings that were on our cousins before we became Homo sapiens, whatever we were. They genetically modified, probably making us a lot more dumbed down, because that's where you get the junk DNA. Oh, we've been disconnected. Our brains were bigger. Our
Junk
cousins'
DNA
brains were
Neanderthals.
much bigger than our brains right now, which means they were probably much smarter. The pineal glands were probably bigger as well.
Some books they don't believe. You have some Israelites that believe these people over here are the Israelites and these are not, and you can't tell me nothing. And you have some Israelites that, you know, believe that certain races are connected to the devil or Satan, and this is what they teach. You know, like so Satan's children incarnate walking on this earth are a group of people, and so there's different teachings and doctrines that every Israelite, I guess, assembly or camp has.
He then, I said, okay, let's do it in person at our school in Atlanta. He responds back. He says, no, let's do it neutral ground. We'll get a building. We're going to charge people. And oh, don't forget, if I win, This is how you also know when a nigga's scared too. A nigga be talking too much.
And so the same thing he did with TOTW, you know, he didn't want to be asked certain questions by TOTW and the audience. So he made it very clear that he's not taking certain questions. And when it started getting heated, he had to leave, and he tried to say, well, you're gonna say, well, the wicked flee when none pursue it. You know, that's just a cop out. You know, we know you don't want to answer no questions. You don't want to step up to the plate.
It is what it is, bro. You ain't even had a debate. Has he had a debate?
I've never seen any of his debates. I've never even heard of him being a debater.
All right. So if you want to do the debate, we can do it right here in the building that I'm sitting at in Atlanta, Georgia. If not, you're scared. It is what it is. Go ahead, D.
Hey, and I got my ticket. I'll get my ticket right from Seattle to Atlanta. I'll be there live in the flesh.
For your super chats and super stickers, we appreciate you. We are a listener supported a platform. So
That money, get that money though
here.
before
And
they end.
like Brother Ron, I have a large family, so I appreciate all. Deacon Destruction Moses, Sakari standing with Ron.
Damn, he said, yeah, we need to collect that money because, you know, I have a large family and shit. That's funny. I didn't really catch that. That shit is funny. Hold on, I'm going to do this again.
Legend of the Craft, Legend of the Temple.
My name on the Masonic and the Order of the Eastern Star, the Baphomet there.
Photo of George Washington's sash worn in the Revolutionary War at the time he resigned his commission in 1783. Oh boy. The building of Solomon's Temple. Oh look, this is George Washington's Masonic apron. Oh, look at that. George Washington. Okay. Oop, Thomas Jefferson. James Madison. Check it out. James Monroe. Andrew Jackson.
Here you have Masonic presidents of our country. Masonic presidents. I'll zoom in here so you can read a little bit better. George Washington, Mason, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe, Andrew Jackson, James Knox Polk, James Buchanan, Andrew Johnson, James Garfield, William McKinley, Theodore Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Warren Gamaliel Harding, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Harry S. Truman, Gerald Ford, the fatherhood of God, the brotherhood of man. There you have George Washington, with a nice all-seeing eye radiating down over the White House. Nice imagery there. The white apron there, made of lamb's wool, and it symbolizes the veil that veils the Holy of Holies from the God of Masonry, which is right directly behind the veil. Excuse me there, I have to point there. That's the God of Masonry. You see the square, you see the compass, you know, this thing here, right there, the G in the middle, does not stand for God. It does not stand for geometry. It stands for generativity. It is a sex symbol. Okay?
Didn't probably hear that shit. Generativity. Boo! Went over your heads. Hold on. Now check this out. Look what he says.
I have a 32nd degree Mason.
Jew-ish.
Confidence, trust, and responsibility, among other things.
He is the sheriff of the town.
You know what that is? No, sir.
This is Masonry. These are so-called Jewish people. Killing and murdering the natives of that town. Marrying into their women so they can take over the oil. These Khazars right here. These are these people that I keep talking about. These fucking enemies.
The secret of Masonry, like the secret of life.
That's it. That's enough. All right, fam. Let me see. Because I left one song like pending and shit. shit. That's it. I don't like doing that. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, have a good night.
Vivimos huyendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, that's so real. Love was man, I never fear, never, no, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para favor, no. Tú podrás por mierda traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo sangre si vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rastafarian familia, 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 Magna White son familia, ya no maniga.
خواتي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هني بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي هو اللي جاي يديني اليوم وباغي سالي ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري خواتي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هني بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي هو اللي جاي يديني اليوم وباغي سالي ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري. Un sueño donde no había amor, se perdía el color de una flor, se marchaba lentamente con el sol en el horizonte. Pude hacer algo para calmar mi dolor, y es por eso que le pongo flow, viviendo alto siempre. Burruco bimba, y es que todo por la familia. Burruco bimba, y es por eso vengo a bendecir. Burruco bimba, y es que todo por la familia. Burruco bimba, y es por eso vengo a bendecir.
Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rastafarian familia, 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 Magna White son familia, ya no maniga.
Magna super slalom, subiendo a Nova Escalon. Metallic in the salon, esquivo like Sil Stallone. Esos bitch van del palo, pero bitch no rascan balón. Aunque me enrollo nada, cáñamo, nunca me paro. Aunque van tras de mí, no se pueden medir. Buscan el elixir, está metalizado. Y es que yo soy así, no van a descubrir sexy flow y skill con este descaro. Si familia necesita Betty Figaro, Burruco Connection Antarctic Field, dígalo. A mí nadie aérea du Paris, día yo. Los magnates han llegado, están aquí, píalo. Para soportar el dolor como no imaginas, es la vida en ámbar. Aunque creas que no puedes tú solo con la movida, yo llevaré tus bambas. Familia, familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia, it's original, man. Familia, familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia, yo soy un rocket, ellos abrilia. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el fruto para que no se caiga. Son los Magna de Boss Final. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el fruto para que no se caiga. Son los Magna de Boss Final. Disparo a millas sin mirar y sin mirar, sin asimilar que es la puta herida de tu vida hurgo. Los manas de la chatarrilla hacen pa' pillar piltrafillas, tres no nos pilla y se va con la furgo. Te hará falta una pedicura y una cura, si se apura quizás llega la locura de mi turbo. Dale vueltas a la partícula, deja ya la mandíbula quieta que sola llega a Luxemburgo.
Niño, prepara la compota que la pera pata.
Pero vinimos a mejorarla.
Pa' hablar por mi familia y tengo autoridad.
Saben que no puedo cagarla.
Y poner ritmo y los manos de todas cuatro patas. ¿Quieres esa vaina para probarla? Estoy aquí en el party donde se gana. What the fuck, what the girl, what an alma. Vivimos huyendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, that's so real. Love was man, I never fear, never, no, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para favor, no. Tú podrás por mierda traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo sangre si vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas.
fire them. I could stop shot up on the microphone ballad. And the smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap. Bang bang in the street, fire burn if you know it. Rasta man on the Illuminati play the kill. Stop shot up on the microphone ballad. And the smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap. Bang bang in the street, fire burn if you know it. Key Cray is a king, Magnus thing. Nobody no kill them. In a crazy style. Chale no fire them. It's a Rasta ganja. Nobody no kill them. It's a crispy style. Tally the fire cream. It's a Rasta ganja. Familiar. Rasta chai is familiar. Key Cray is familiar. Pure nego is familiar. Sico, Key Magneto, familia. Esa chesta la mínima. Familia. Compactar más cristaleras. Familia. Rasta y Zion familia. Magna boy que te aplastaba, nego.
Y va de nuevo mi tono. Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido. Siempre ando bien juido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra. No me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote. Un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote. Me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote. Pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote. Me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia. Que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia. Yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia. Pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias. Si no topa el poli en breve nos para en la calle. No puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalle. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre. A la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo, pero tumbar gente quien les dijo que es trabajo. Puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo. Loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs. Pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís. Mis paisas en el gabacho, bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato, con los ojos bien tumbados. De coto con el Quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt en cabina cuando grabo. Represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco, el pasado está olvidado. Con el perro de la C, bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado. Bien bajado ese balón, compa lefty bien bajado. Puro hip hop mexa hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día, viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en Canala o en Hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palanca. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC Davo los desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. El sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón.
Es el perrito de la selva. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo, les presidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 GPO, GPUcas. Buenas, Montegreen, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no, loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa, perros, 2023. Ey yo, ey yo. Somos la santa carnal. Ey, ey, los machilones de la plaza. Oye, DJ Dunde que en los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye. Viva México, cabrones.
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black 50, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber?
¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltome. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel. De rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber-Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle tacoplón. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sheep, Black Sea Metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, soplón.
Dinero Luigi, man, desempeño a la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, it's money gang, gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lene, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles y otro en la
trataría de evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. La super rafina, la Dodo style, metido en latina aprendiendo un quizá. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Salí de ese peña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nadie la dueña, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, tiene que respetar. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Salí de ese peña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nada le duele, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, si yo soy tu papá. Cinco mob, negro. Cinco mob, nigga. Nero Luigi, man. Incas mob, it's money gang, gang, gang,
Hey, yo. Dango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante por querer lograrlo saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito pa' que el mundo conociera. De esta parte mejor interprete que parido de esta cordillera. Sin luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro. La calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento. Cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas. La calle un poema, se siente desde cuando entro. Y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon del clon en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón. Y para esta pantalla no soy el patrón. Yo ya me sé la cuestión y doy fe por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. De Yango en la maldita casa, Plaza de Rey y papá. El Nero Luigi, Black Cimental, hip hop peruano, rasgo en la maldita base. Yao.
Ical. Hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí dominamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros antes tan grande. Yo soy tú. Eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.